Chapter 1255. Qin Fangyang did not know what to feel. He was furious for a moment and sighed softly. Wang family, Wang family. Qin Fangyang's eyes shone with a cold light. Up until now, Zhou Xiaoduo and the others had already turned the matter upside down, and everyone knew about it. But as the person involved in the fuse, Qin Fangyang only now knew who his enemy was. The cause and effect, all the reasons. All one needed to do was to search online, and everything would be clear. Qianqian's grave. Qin Fangyang's body emitted a cold aura. Lu family. Qin Fangyang fell silent. His face was calm as he exhaled softly. Huff huff. Delicious. The Zhu Yin grabbed a complete beef thigh bone and put it into its mouth. It chewed and swallowed with loud crunching sounds. It ate heartily, craving for more flavor after tasting it. You can't eat the bones. Qin Fangyang frowned helplessly. Why can't you eat it? Zhu Yin, who really relished the taste, argued. It's crunchy, so delicious, so fragrant. Besides, if you don't eat the bones, the marrow inside will be wasted. Use this. Qin Fangyang said as he handed over a straw. Zhu Yin took it and looked at it. He stuffed it into his mouth and chewed, stretched his neck and swallowed. He shook his head and said discontentedly, "How can this be better than beef bones? It has no taste at all." Qin Fangyang was speechless. He looked at the 3 big basins of beef that weighed more than 100 catties, and saw that they were almost finished. Zhu Yin picked up the last basin, and went to the boss. "I say, you're a businessman. How can you prepare so little? Hurry up and serve more dishes." Cough. "Brother, how much more do you want? I'll prepare it for you right away. 3 more cows. 3 first. If it's not enough, we'll talk again." Qin Fangyang quietly turned his back to the window. He took out the phone he snatched and skillfully dialed Zhou Xiaoduo's number. "I'm back. Everything will be settled." But before that, Xiaoduo had already stirred up a lot of trouble in order to avenge me. These should not be borne by this child. Qin Fangyang was lost in thought as the phone rang. The Sky Inspector Minister said that he was a close friend of his. So, Zhou Xiaoduo was actually the minister's son. But this thought flashed through his mind. The minister's son. This did not make much of a difference to Qin Fangyang. Zhou Xiaoduo was still Zhou Xiaoduo. He was still that little monkey who made me so angry, and I liked him. When she wanted to teach her a lesson, she would whip her belt to teach her a lesson. Beep. Beep. When Zhou Xiaoduo and the rest returned to the small courtyard, their hearts were filled with eagerness and eagerness. Heavens know how far they had been able to reach originally, and they did not know how far they had to be. Not know how far the expansion was not know how far the expansion God knows how. Because fate energy was added to the body, it was not just a matter of good luck. It was similar to the effect of Zhou Xiaoduo's fate points. It nourished the body, the soul, and even the meridians. There was nothing that could not be done. The most direct and obvious way of using it was that if Li Chenglong had reached the peak of a realm before this, and could suppress it 12 times, after this infusion, he could suppress it to at least 15 or 16 times. What was even more delightful was that the heavenly providence obtained this time was the so-called Qi of Merit. After the dragon's snatching meridians ended, it was directly integrated into the life chart, and could no longer be taken away by external forces. Although Li Chenglong and the heavens knew that they had obtained great benefits, they still had to cultivate and experience the specific benefits. Only then could they know and understand. Okay, I know you can't wait. Go and cultivate." Zhou Xiaoduo waved his hand and shooed everyone away as if he was shooing away flies. Amidst the joy, meow meow meow, a series of strange meows came out. It was a meow that was full of coquettishness and complacency, and it suddenly sounded. Everyone could not help but turn their heads and look in the direction of the sound. They saw Zhou Xiaoduo taking out his cell phone in a hurry. That everyone's expression was strange. Zhou's cell phone ringtone was really different. Zhou Xiaoduo pretended to be calm and looked at it. It was an unknown number, but to hide the awkwardness, he picked it up. "Hello, who is this? Where are you? Send me your location." A calm voice came from the phone. It was this voice. It was only a few words, but the voice was very familiar. However, This familiar voice made Zhou Xiaoduo fall into a state of daze. He was as stiff as a statue on the spot. In fact, Zhou Xiaoduo was not the only one who fell into a state of daze. Li Chenglong, Wan Li Xiu, Long Yuxing, Li Changming, Yu Moyan, and the others who were about to leave fell into a frozen atmosphere because of this voice. Suddenly, their eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. They were full of hope, but they were afraid that it was just a dream. They could not believe it, and did not dare to move. That was surprise, expectation, and ecstasy. However, they were also nervous, afraid that they would disturb this moment of joy. "You are Teacher Qin? Qin Fengyang?" Zhou Xiaoduo's voice was already trembling and out of tune as he asked. "Nonsense. Don't tell me you can't recognize my voice? You are a bastard who deceives your teacher." An angry rebuke came from the phone. However, it could be heard that the person on the other side was just trying to control his emotions. It was all fake. The voice on the other side was also trembling. It was just that he took the initiative to call, and had already made mental assumptions. Therefore, he appeared to be relatively calm. In fact, who could not know the truth and what he was thinking? Oh. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others jumped up together. Wahahaha. Ha. Zhou Xiaoduo spun in circles. Old Qin is not dead. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Teacher Qin is not dead. Ha. As expected, good people do not live long. Old Qin is actually not dead. Li Chenglong grabbed Xiang Chong and started beating him up. Oh. Teacher Qin is not dead. Zhang Xuejuan dragged Xiang Chong out in dissatisfaction. You are so excited. Why are you beating Xiang Chong? Over here, the group of people danced wildly and cried excitedly. On the other side, Qin Fengyang's eyes were also red. He resisted the urge to sob and said angrily, "What are you shouting for? Can you be more serious? Hurry up." Immediately. Zhou Xiaoduo waved his hand and shouted, "Silence. I am going to send our positions to Teacher Qin now. Everyone, stand at attention." Oh. Li Chenglong and the others ignored him, and continued to dance wildly. Zhou Xiaoduo clumsily sent their positions. In his hurry, he actually typed the wrong word. He deleted it and typed it again. As he typed, he screamed, "Oh, I cried for nothing. How are you going to pay for this? My tears are very valuable." That's right. 10 minutes later, Qin Fengyang stood proudly in front of the door of the small courtyard with the unwilling Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan was still complaining. "I am not full yet." Qin Fengyang turned a deaf ear. "Full? You are thinking too much. With your size full. Ha. When the various races return, you can go to the battlefield to eat. Sensing Qin Fengyang's arrival, the door opened suddenly. Immediately, a few guys rushed out like a tide. Whoosh. Then, they hung all over Qin Fengyang's body. Even though Qin Fengyang's body was tall, he suddenly became bloated. It was as if his body was covered with koalas. One was hanging from his shoulders, his neck, his waist, his 2 legs, and the last one was hanging on his back. Come down, all of you come down." Qin Fengyang's face darkened, and he pretended to be very unhappy. "You are all so big. What a scandal. You are a joke. It is your business to be laughed at. But don't drag me down." "No. We are not going down. Who told you to scare us?" Oh. After a long time, Zhou Xiaoduo and the rest finally got down from Qin Fengyang's body and surrounded him with red eyes. From time to time, they would touch his hands and arms, afraid that this was just a dream. They were even more afraid that they would disturb this dream, causing it to end in a single day and turn into nothing. Qin Fengyang was also emotional, but he still had to maintain his image and maintain the elegant temperament of a teacher. The group entered the living room and sat down. Qin Fengyang first greeted Wang Lingyun very politely, then began to talk. "How did it go?" Qin Fengyang asked. "It went very smoothly." The one who spoke was not Zhou Xiaoduo, but Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong was an expert when it came to retelling the story. In just a short while, he had already straightened out everything from the beginning. Everything was clearly organized and linked together. "We didn't know about this at first. It was Zhou. After we came. First then and then." Finally, Li Chenglong said confidently, "Teacher Qin, don't worry. None of the Wang family members will escape. Qin Fengyang pondered for a moment. You guys also caused the storm on the internet. During this period of time, the condemnation on the internet did not show any signs of stopping. Instead, it became more and more intense. As for the Wang family at the beginning, they still fought back and struggled. Now even their only counterattack had stopped. They had completely given up. Moreover, the most surprising thing was that the Wang family's internet company had somehow leaked the location of their office. Some angry students rushed in and directly destroyed the entire building. All the perpetrators were arrested and fined 5,000 astral souls coins each. After 6 hours of education, they were released. When a certain tycoon found out about this, he immediately posted on the internet, "I will pay for the fine." Suddenly, "I will pay for it." These 3 words flooded the internet. Qin Fengyang listened and was originally filled with anger. Later, he was filled with gratification and satisfaction. These are my students. Chapter 1256. Right now, everyone in Shangjing, including both the military and the government, and even the major clans, are staring at the Wang clan and their allied clans. Some are eyeing them covetously, some are kicking them when they are down, and some are treating them as enemies. Those who can't wait to kill them with their blades are all looking up to them. They can be said to be condemned by everyone, and their ending is already set. Li Chenglong smiled. That's why you don't have to worry, Teacher Qin. I'm not worried. Qin Fengyang breathed a long sigh of relief and said warmly, with all of you around, I suddenly feel that even this grudge isn't that important. Most importantly, all of you have entered the dragons, seized the heritage, and gained something. This is Chantian and my greatest wish. To be able to achieve this goal. Even if I really die, I can rest in peace and don't have to seek revenge. Qin Fengyang sighed emotionally. These were all words from the bottom of his heart. They came from the bottom of his heart, and were not fake at all. Zhou Xiaoduo did not report the mission, and instead turned to look at the big guy beside Qin Fengyang. It was strange no matter how one looked at it. Delighted by the prospect, it circled the scarlet ape twice. The scarlet ape was shocked ever since it entered the small courtyard. With its knowledge, it naturally sensed clearly at first glance that the small courtyard was filled with extremely rich fortune energy, as well as an even more terrifying amount of virtue energy. Where was this place? How could there be a realm in this realm, where so much fortune energy was gathered? The scarlet ape was truly shocked. It wondered, where did all these children come from? They couldn't all be the reincarnation of Grand Luo, or the rebirth of saints, could they? That it felt uncomfortable when it saw Zhou Xiaoduo circling it. At the same time, it was clear that although the little guy's strength was impressive, it was still far from its own. Dealing with him was just a matter of venting its anger. But this kid's fortune energy and fortune path. It could not afford to provoke him. As a monster without roots, the scarlet ape knew very well where it stood. Back then, it was hated by gods and hated by ghosts, an existence that the saints did not think highly of. Its situation was more than tragic. Even though he was powerful, not many demons were willing to play with him. The main thing was that whoever followed him would be unlucky. Many primordial chaos realm, zenith heavenly realm demons, and mighty figures have been killed because they were with him. There was no exception that could suppress his bad luck. The reason for this was really hard to explain. Thinking back to the myriad immortal assembly that time, he just happened to be there, and was drinking happily. But who would have thought that at that moment, he would encounter a powerful existence that was undergoing the Grand Luo tribulation below, that the person undergoing the tribulation was the most secretive. Who would know that he was hiding underground to undergo the tribulation? Who knows? However, this sudden lightning strike instantly reduced the number of participants of the myriad immortal assembly by 40 to 50%. At that time, he was the one who volunteered to lead the remaining half of his companions to escape. At that time, everyone clearly praised him, and almost praised him as the savior of the world. Then, along the way, they encountered Her Majesty the Demon King battling the 5 Zuwu. Who would have thought that when he led his companions into a quiet area of the sky, it just so happened to be the battlefield between the two sides. And the timing just so happened to be the moment when both sides were preparing their big moves. Waiting for the rain to come. He led a large group of his companions and rushed to the central area. With a rumble, both sides released their big moves at the same time, trapping him and his companions like dumplings. More than half of the remaining participants of the myriad immortal assembly were buried inside, leaving only a few hundred little fish and shrimps with the best luck. Then, those fellows did not dare to go with him even if they were beaten to death. Everyone split up and went their separate ways, leaving each to their own fate. At that time, he was still somewhat popular. So many people had abandoned him, but only 2 of his good brothers were still determined to go with him. If only he had not met His Majesty Dong Huang on the way, and had not killed his 2 brothers who blocked the way. If he could have the support of his brothers, why would he drag his dying life and flee to his best friend's place, the foot of Mount Buzhou? Everyone knew that Mount Buzhou was a huge mountain that had existed since the beginning of the world, and was praised as the pillar of heaven and earth. If he hid there to heal himself, he would at least have some peace and quiet, right? But who would have thought that the 2 ancestral sorcerers of the sorcerer tribe would be so crazy that they would start a fight over there? No one would care about their internal strife, but their pitiful brother would be implicated and lose his life. Then Mount Buzhou, the pillar of heaven and earth, also collapsed, and the sky collapsed. Therefore, he hurriedly fled for his life, dragging his last breath to the North Sea black tortoise's home to heal himself. They were all demon beasts, and the old tortoise took good care of him. It said that it rarely moved in hundreds of millions of years, and even if it was a disaster of heaven and earth, it would only find those who were determined and capable. Then, Empress Hua came, beheaded the tortoise, and took its 4 legs to mend the sky. Sigh, wasn't this just like a beast sitting at home? And disaster came from the sky. But after that, Zhu Yan was shocked to find that he could no longer get rid of the name of Jinx. Since then, he had solidified his name as the Beast of Misfortune, and no one liked him anymore. Everywhere he went, there would be curses, and all living creatures would avoid him, fearing that they would not be able to catch up to him. What are you doing here? Get lost. Such words were not said by just one human or demon. Almost all of them scolded him like that. Everywhere he went, there would be waves of curses like that there was really no other demon beast that could live like this. Zhu Yan lived like this for a period of time, and felt that he needed a guiding light to get rid of or escape from this predicament. Finally, he gathered his courage and went to find the Jade Pure Sage, who was said to be the easiest to talk to. Then, the Jade Pure Sage kindly received him and told him that this was not his fault. With the sage's endorsement, he could rest assured, right? Zhu Yan still felt uneasy and went to ask the Shangqing sage for help. The Shangqing sage taught without discrimination and also comforted him after receiving him. He actually gained the recognition of 2 great sages at the same time. This matter should be settled, right? Zhu Yan indeed had a peaceful period of time because of this. But after that, why was it blamed for the betrayal of the Jade Pure Sage's disciples? The Shangqing sage's great sect disappeared, and it was blamed on him? That was the tribulation of heaven and earth, okay? Why was it blamed on him? Why? In the end, the disciples of the 2 sages wanted to kill him. Who did he offend? He who was at his wit's end used all means and finally got a treasure. He begged to see His Majesty Dong Huang, presented the most needed material of the Dong Huang bell, and asked His Majesty Dong Huang a question with trepidation. His Majesty Dong Huang then said to him, "Find a place to sleep. Don't come out even if the sky falls. There is probably no place for you in this world, unless you meet your benefactor one day, and that will be your chance to be born." After saying this, His Majesty Dong Huang ran away, as if he was running for his life. It was said that not long after, His Majesty Dong Huang was attacked by the ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix. It was said that even the innate supreme treasure Dong Huang bell was almost broken. But this can't be blamed on me, right? But after that, even the sages didn't want to see me. Everyone said that I had harmed 3 sages in succession. 1 damaged the fate of the disciples, 1 destroyed the orthodoxy of the inheritance, and 1 damaged the life treasure. Where did all this nonsense come from? But after that, my name had really reached the point where all living beings would flee upon hearing my name. But where could I go to reason with this? Ever since I started cultivating, I have only fought a few rounds, and I have never talked about the right and wrong of the living beings in this world. How did I become the beast of misfortune? I only went to the myriad immortals' assembly to join in the fun. Was I wrong? The one who is going through the tribulation below has nothing to do with me. How can I be blamed? Can I be blamed? If I don't go, won't he still go through the tribulation? Could it be that because I don't go, he won't go through the tribulation? What a joke. At that time, under the heavenly tribulation, who knew which direction to escape in? At first, I relied on my big body, and the group of beasts behind me used me as a cover to rush out of the range of the lightning tribulation. So many beasts kept thanking me, how can I be blamed? Who knew that the demon emperor would have a decisive battle in such a secluded place? Moreover, both sides of the battle had already prepared their big moves. 2 of my brothers ran with me, and by chance they met His Majesty Donghuang. Although His Majesty Donghuang didn't reveal his true appearance, I didn't let the 2 of them block the road to rob me. They were killed, how can you blame me? I went to my brother's territory to recuperate, who did I offend? 2 Zuwus fought in my brother's territory. As the landlord, it was reasonable for him to go out and mediate the fight. In the end, he was beaten to death by Zuwu Zhurong, who flew into a rage out of humiliation. Not to mention that Zuwu was narrow-minded and didn't handle things well. Not to mention that my friend's fate was like this. But he blamed it on me? Even if the sky collapsed in the future, it wasn't my fault. I went to the Black Tortoise's home to recuperate, and the 2 of us planned to live a peaceful life for a long time. However, Her Majesty Emperor wanted to mend the sky and killed the Black Tortoise without any explanation. It wasn't that I didn't want to help, but if I went, I would be killed as well. But then again, even if I didn't go to the Black Tortoise's place, would Her Majesty Emperor not mend the sky? Whether I went or not, the Black Tortoise couldn't escape death. What did it have to do with me? As for what happened after that, it was even more nonsense. The Jade Pure Saint's disciple left. The Prime Clear Saint's great sect was gone. I Juan actually had such a great ability to overturn the world? Why didn't I know about it? Where did this come from? As for the matter of His Majesty Donghuang being attacked by the Ancestor Dragon and the Primordial Phoenix, that many people claim that I planned this scheme to avenge my brother. When did I have such great ability to command the Ancestor Dragon and the Primordial Phoenix? Those 2 could turn me into ashes with just a fart, and I didn't even dare to meet them. You actually said that I could stir up trouble among the almighty beings of the world. You think highly of me, don't you? What's the reason for all these unlucky things to be blamed on me? Preposterous. Wasn't I just a little weak? Wasn't I just In the end, Juan thought it through. I should just follow His Majesty Donghuang's instructions and hide. When I meet a benefactor in the future, I'll naturally be able to see the light of day again and transcend the mortal world. Now I finally met one. This means that His Majesty Donghuang is right. This is what it means to be truly resourceful and farsighted. When I see His Majesty Donghuang in the future, I must kowtow to him a few times. The kind that is sincere. Then, I followed the benefactor and came to this place full of luck and luck. My eyes are filled with the aura of merit. As expected, the benefactor brought me to see the world. The real world. At this moment, seeing Zhou Xiaoduo, the real son of luck, circling around him, Juan was even more obedient. I'm very obedient. Kid, if anything happens to you, don't blame me. You can't blame me for it. Chapter 1257. Zhu Yan carefully retracted his aura and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. I really don't want to hurt you. Then he saw this fellow circling around him, then circling him once more. His eyes were filled with a strange expression. Why? Are you circling me? Zhu Yan scratched his head. Why are you so burly? Zhou Xiaoduo was very curious. It was rare to see such a burly giant. Even Uncle Nan Zhengxian was not as strong as this guy. Among his friends, Xiang Chong was the tallest. But Xiang Chong was at least 2 heads shorter than this guy. It was simply, when he saw this body, words like burly, valiant, strong, and so on automatically came to his mind. I look like this. Is there a problem? Zhu Yan scratched his head. Was he burly? How's your cultivation base? What level is it? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. Zhu Yan nodded honestly. It's okay. Okay. How good is it? How good? Zhu Yan was dumbfounded by this question. After thinking for a long time, he said, in today's world, under normal circumstances, I should be able to fight a dozen. This answer shocked Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhu Yan's tone was extraordinarily arrogant. That's good. We have something urgent to deal with. I haven't seen my teacher for a long time and can't leave. Do you have time? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. Yes. How could Zhu Yan say no? This was his benefactor's student. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo took out a strange piece of paper and said, do you see this piece of paper? Go to the printing factory. I'll tell you how to get there. Go and fetch all the printed ones for me. Zhuo Xiaoduo still had to discuss with Teacher Qin how to deal with the Wang family, but he felt that so far, there was no difficulty at all. The only thing to consider was what to do afterward. Even though the entire nation was denouncing the Wang clan, it was as if the Wang clan was a rat crossing the street, and the clan was at the end of its road. However, once the Wang family was massacred, the topic of discussion would be incomparably huge. Moreover, there would definitely be countless verbal and written condemnations. That was for sure. Zhuo Xiaoduo had always advocated a frontal extermination. They would kill their way over and make rivers of blood flow. However, Li Chenglong firmly opposed this plan. What Li Chenglong was worried about was, when the Wang clan was still around, the War God clan was their protective talisman, but at the same time, it was also their death talisman. Everyone stood on the moral high ground and condemned them in speech and in writing. However, if the Wang family was no longer around, then the Aries family would become the most important and sharpest weapon for the public to attack Zhuo Xiaoduo. At that time, Hehe, the god of war who once protected the continent, was exterminated by the second generation Zhuo Xiaoduo for personal reasons. TSK. One could imagine that there would be a huge market for this kind of talk. Humans were such strange animals. There would always be such a group of people. Although they didn't know the truth, this didn't prevent them from hurting others. Li Chenglong didn't care about the life and death of the Wang family at all. What he cared about was that this matter couldn't leave a huge stain on Zhuo Xiaoduo's life. Yes, the world was so complicated. Although the Wang family was being pushed down by everyone, and the whole country was crazily cursing them, Zhuo Xiaoduo's killing of the Wang family could still become a stain on Zhuo Xiaoduo's life record. Massacring the War God clan. It was that simple. A stain, coupled with countless controversies in the future generations. However, Li Chenglong didn't want to see this kind of situation. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he had to discuss this matter with Teacher Qin. Teacher Qin was eager for revenge, and definitely wouldn't be overcautious like Li Chenglong. That's it. Simple. Zhu Yan felt that this matter was really not difficult. He had lived in a place where creatures gathered in the past. No matter how the outside world changed with each passing day, his nature was still the same. Let's go out for a walk. He immediately took the map and put the piece of paper into his pocket. After saying goodbye to Qin Fangyang, he excitedly set off. Although Qin Fangyang felt that this guy might not know the way, he saw that Zhuo Xiaoduo had introduced him in such detail and left his phone number. So he let him go. However, Zhu Yan didn't go far before he got lost. He had just come out from the bottom of the mountain and didn't know what the common means of transportation in the market were. Moreover, with this guy's size, ordinary public buses couldn't fit him at all. Most private cars couldn't fit him either. His knowledge of living creatures gathering in the past was completely useless. Zhu Yan wasn't annoyed. He leaped into the air and looked around. After looking around for a long time, he found a place that seemed to be similar. He flew through the air and landed on his destination. However, after landing, he found that the place wasn't right. Where am I? Why is there a fragrant smell everywhere? I seem to be a little hungry. Then, he looked in the direction of the smell and saw a large door. It was a very grand door. Two people walked out from it. Zhu Yan couldn't help but be amused when he saw them. These two people were both Dao integration stage cultivators, and could be considered to be quite capable. He was excited to see them, and wanted to ask where this place was. It would be even better if they knew his destination. The two people opposite him were very surprised when they saw Zhu Yan. They were Dao integration stage cultivators after all. How could they not know that this burly giant in front of them was a super expert? And now is the time when our Wang family needs such super experts the most. If we want to find someone capable now, it's really too difficult. Look at how ignorant this guy is. It seems like he doesn't know anything. Heh. I like this kind of people the most. They immediately tried to befriend him and flatter him. Zhu Yan originally went over to ask for directions. However, as they talked, the two sides became friends. The two people warmly invited Zhu Yan to their house. Zhu Yan refused repeatedly. I still have something to do. I really have something to do. However, the two people insisted that if he had something to do, there was no need to hurry, right? Besides, what's wrong with delaying him for half an hour? We hit it off right away. Why don't we have the opportunity to treat him to a meal? Zhu Yan felt even hungrier at the mention of a meal. Thus he asked casually, "Can I fill my stomach?" The two people repeatedly said yes. Zhu Yan rubbed his belly and thought for a while. It didn't seem like a big deal to have a meal first. After all, he hadn't had a full meal for hundreds of thousands of years. The temptation of having a full stomach was too great for Zhu Yan. Thus, he followed the two people inside. Thus, the two of them happily brought the beast of misfortune back to their own home. Then they naturally served him with good wine and good food. Even though they saw that Zhu Yan's appetite was ridiculously large, the two people didn't mind at all. Instead, they felt more and more like there was a chance. Thus, they found dozens of people to work in the kitchen. All kinds of delicious meat dishes were directly served in bowls that Zhu Yan ate to his heart's content. At first, he was a little reserved. Later on, he simply ate half a bowl in one mouthful. Moreover, they were still able to provide him with food. He couldn't help but sigh at how there were still many good people in this world. And right at this moment, that the fortune of the Wang family had plummeted after the dragons snatched their veins. It was practically snatched away until nothing was left. One had to know that the Wang family was participating in the Heavenly Dao plot, the Star Battle plot. The Wang family was participating in this plot as mortals, directly and indirectly assisting the Stargate sect to pry open the Heavenly Dao structure. This was undoubtedly a heaven-defying act. Since they were going against the heavens and didn't succeed, what followed was naturally the backlash of the Heavenly Dao. And the will of the Heavenly Dao in the sky, no matter which one it was extremely furious. Clouds and mist gradually gathered in the sky above the Wang family. That this kind of situation had only happened once in recent years. And that was when Wu Taijiang interfered in the Heavenly Dao plot and was almost struck to death by lightning. However, the impact of that time was only limited, and the backlash of the Heavenly Dao was also relatively limited. But this time, it directly moved the Heavenly Dao structure, causing a fundamental difference to appear in the originally established Heavenly Dao structure. The attack range was more than just a little wider. Tribulation lightning gathered densely and suddenly took shape. Just as it was about to strike, they discovered that there was an expert in the Wang family. If ordinary tribulation lightning struck, it would probably be beaten back. How could the Heavenly Dao tolerate such provocation? The heavenly thunder of purple cloud rumbled down even more. Zhu Yan knew that there was tribulation lightning in the sky, but it had never gone through tribulation before. And there was no one in the entire courtyard of the Wang family who had gone through tribulation. Therefore, Zhu Yan subconsciously thought that someone else had broken through. But it wasn't here. And this place was only affected. He had experienced this kind of thing many times, such as when he was at the foot of the mountain not long ago, or the unexpected disaster during the myriad immortals assembly in the past, and so on. Since ancient times, it was already a common occurrence, so he didn't think it was strange. He sighed as he ate. Since ancient times, there were great talents everywhere, and the city he was in now was especially full of geniuses. A heavenly thunder of purple cloud suddenly struck down from above. Zhu Yan's entire person, no, its entire beast was shocked. Fuck, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The rumbling heavenly thunder of purple cloud flickered with a purple light that made even Zhu Yan want to piss his pants. It landed in the courtyard of the Wang family with an earth-shattering power. Zhu Yan was the first to bear the brunt of several strikes. and before it could eat its fill, it was struck by lightning. Where the hell could it go to reason with this? But in the eyes of the tribulation lightning, Zhu Yan was protecting the Wang family. In the Wang family stuffing and swallowing, what else could it not understand? Boom, boom. Boom. 9 bolts of heavenly thunder of purple cloud fell, each heavier than the last. By the time the last bolt hit, Zhu Yan was almost cooked. It had no choice but to reveal its original form, and forget where it was. It kept drilling down. Anyway, this place had already been blasted into a pit by the heavenly thunder, that the tribulation lightning was still rumbling down. Zhu Yan had no choice but to release poisonous gas to corrode the ground with its special skill, that so it kept drilling down, borrowing the power of the earth to reduce the mighty power of the tribulation lightning. Scared to death. Why was I struck by lightning when I came out to carry out a task? Where did this come from? Zhu Yan dug and drilled with a miserable face. Zhu Yan must be miserable after being struck by the heavenly thunder of purple cloud. But the Wang family could only be more miserable. Chapter 1258. Now was the time when the Wang family was on high alert. All the people outside were recalled, ready to deal with Zhuo Xiaoduo's extreme revenge at any time. It could be said that the whole family was reunited, and no one was missing. All the higher-ups were urgently discussing how to deal with this matter. The dragons fighting for the heritage had completely failed, but the days had to go on. What should they do? Just as they were discussing, the tribulation lightning struck at the entire Wang family, which occupied such a large area, sank into a huge pit. Most of the people in the Wang family were killed by the tribulation lightning, that the few lucky survivors were lying on the ground, waiting for the tribulation lightning to pass, hoping to escape. But who would have thought that this land, where the surviving members of the Wang family were, would suddenly be filled with poison? The most frightening thing was that this poison had appeared out of nowhere, and no one knew why this poison had appeared. And it was so strong the moment it appeared that when the tribulation lightning finally passed, the entire Wang clan, along with the 2 allied clans beside it, had collectively disappeared. What replaced them was a big lake with blue waves. After a long time, a burly man swam out of the lake. He had bumps all over his head, and his face was pale. Fuck, that scared me to death. It was a nice meal, and I'm still not full. He turned around and was surprised. Damn, this place has turned into a lake? What's going on? Remembering that he could not kill or commit sins, Zhu Yan hurriedly collected all the poison he had spread out, fearing that even a little bit would be left behind. But when he scanned with his divine consciousness, he found that there were so many souls down there, and many of them seemed to have been poisoned to death by him. This I can't kill. What should I do? And these souls seemed to be unsalvageable. Their bodies were gone. Are they fucking trying to trick me? Zhu Yan felt extremely miserable. Gritting his teeth, he simply used his divine sense to sweep across the area. Destroying all these souls was also a method passed down from ancient times to eliminate karma. If all the souls were destroyed, how could there be any karma? According to the saying of the present world, it seemed to be destroying the corpses. As long as there are no traces of me doing it. I didn't do it. They were all killed by lightning. You can't blame me. You can't blame me. Seeing that no one had come to check what was going on, Zhu Yan ran away stealthily. I've never been here before. The changes in this place have nothing to do with me. I'd better get back to work. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others were reuniting with each other after a long separation, planning how to take revenge on the Wang family. Li Chenglong, on the other hand, objected, saying that they should take a detour. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't want to beat around the bush, so the two of them started arguing again. Qin Fangyang was also conflicted. To be honest, he didn't want to beat around the bush either. He would rather go all out and kill to his heart's content. However, Qin Fangyang had lived for so many years after all. He knew very well what kind of impact it would have if a person was left with that kind of controversial stain. Therefore, he also helped Li Chenglong persuade Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo was extremely depressed. Why aren't you helping me? Just as she was feeling wrong. Suddenly, he felt thunder and lightning flashing, and the earth quaking and mountains shaking. What's going on? Could it be that someone is transcending a tribulation again? Everyone was stunned. It wasn't rare for the students who obtained the Dragon of Providence to break through at the beginning of the Dragon Scramble for Heritage Veins. However, who would be so awesome as to choose to transcend a tribulation in the city? Wasn't he afraid of harming the innocent? Before they could think of anything else, the lightning had already started crackling. Naturally, they didn't dare to go to the center of the tribulation. They could only wait until the tribulation was over. Then it finally ended. Zuo Duo and the others immediately flew out to take a look. What exactly was going on? Then, Zuo Duo and the others were collectively shocked. Qin Fengyang's movement speed wasn't inferior to theirs at all. One had to know that they were all at the peak of the Skysoar realm. Moreover, they were at the peak of the Skysoar realm, who had at least compressed their true yuan several times. Didn't Teacher Qin's cultivation body and 5 of his clones all disappear? Even if he still retained some of his strength, it shouldn't have increased instead of regressing. Teacher Qin, you seem to have improved quite a bit. Zuo Duo was shocked. He knew very well what he had experienced, how many fortuitous encounters he had obtained, and how much effort he had put in to reach his current level. However, Qin Fengyang had also reached this level, and was even stronger than him? Wasn't this scale of reaching the heavens in a single bound a little too ridiculous? I thought I was a wall hanger. I didn't expect someone to cheat even better than me. Qin Fengyang frowned. Let's go. What are you talking about? Why are you talking so much nonsense? After saying that, he casually smacked Zuo Duo's head. As a teacher to be said by his own student. Teacher Qin, you seem to have improved quite a bit. Qin Fengyang felt that his dignity as a teacher had been blasphemed and insulted. Zuo Duo didn't dare to say anything else. The group hurried on with all their might. When they arrived at the scene of the incident, I'm going to faint. Zuo Duo looked left and right. Then, he looked down at the vast expanse of smoke. Isn't this the Wang clan? Why? Li Chenglong and the others were all dumbfounded and tongue-tied. Why didn't you guys wait for us to take revenge and vent our anger? Why did they all disappear just like that? Did they all die, or did they all run away? Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. The shuffling of power in Shangjing was originally planned to take place 2 days later. However, with this strange lightning tribulation, it was brought forward that at this moment, Zuo Duo and the others were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was the Wang clan gone? Everyone arrived at the scene of the incident and surrounded the newly formed lake. There were already several circles of people standing around it, both in the open and in the dark. In fact, it was not only Zuo Duo group that was puzzled, but the people of the major families were also dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it, and didn't want to believe it. The Yu clan, the Lu clan, the Nian clan, all the aristocratic families in Shangjing were looking at this spectacle. Looking at the reality in front of them, everyone had a rare thought in their hearts. Could it be that the Wang clan was really punished by the heavens? Everyone knew that this guess was a little ridiculous. Since ancient times, there had been so many despicable, shameless, and despicable people who had committed all kinds of evil deeds. But no one had ever heard of anyone suffering the wrath of the heavens. Yes, although there were many who had met with a tragic end, and were said to have suffered retribution, there had never been such an immediate effect, and such a big scene. Was it because the Wang clan had gone too far? The aristocratic families sent countless people to salvage the newly formed lake, looking for any evidence that might or might not exist. Zuo Duo and the others were the most confused. Damn. We were still discussing how to take revenge, and how to take revenge in the best way to vent our anger and alert the world. Now your entire clan is gone just like that. Who are we going to take revenge on? Isn't this a fucking joke? But what was going on? Even if one was sitting at home and disaster came from the heavens, there had to be a reason. With such a huge commotion, unless it was a great expert at the heavenly king level or above, and several people working together, it would be impossible to create such a huge scene in an instant. Not to mention that the top experts of the Star Soul human clan were all gathered at the border. Even the Wang family was not worth the effort to create such a huge scene. If it wasn't for several heavenly king-level experts working together, the heavens would really shake and punish the Wang clan. Seeing this scene, Li Chenglong heaved a sigh of relief in an unusual way. Although it's a little imperfect that we can't take revenge with our own hands, this matter will no longer have anything to do with us. From now on, we can avoid countless years of controversy and blemishes. But even so, everyone was still depressed. It was rare for them to feel so good. Even Li Chenglong, who heaved a sigh of relief, felt a little depressed. Although the accidental destruction of the Wang clan could allow Zhou Xiaoduo and the minister to avoid the stain of killing the descendants of meritorious officials, they were still unhappy that they couldn't take revenge with their own hands. It wasn't a troublesome matter. On the other hand, Qin Fangyang was more open-minded and didn't feel anything. Although he couldn't take revenge with his own hands and kill those bastards who dug up the graves, it was inevitable that he would regret it. However, the achievements of his students had already fulfilled He Yuanyue's lifelong dream. At this moment, he only felt warm and gratified in his heart. Thus, he comforted Zhou Xiaoduo and the others. Although it's a little sad that we can't take revenge with our own hands, the destruction of the Wang clan is already a fact. This is equivalent to the heavens taking revenge for us. We should engrave it in our hearts and thank the heavens for their kindness. After all, the Wang clan originated from the blood of the god of war's descendants. It's better not to be tainted with it. As he spoke, although it was inevitable that he regretted it, the kind of relief that he felt for his students was also clear. With complicated feelings, the master and his disciples slowly walked back. After walking for a long time, they occasionally looked back. They could still see the rippling blue waves. It was as if all the hatred had been blown away by the wind and rain. Teacher Qin, the brother you brought. What's his background? Li Chenglong said. His body was unbelievably tall and sturdy. It's rare for a normal Wu people to have such a huge body. He's not a human, but he's also not a Wu people. He's a demon beast in human form. Qin Fangyang briefly explained his experience and explained. Who? Teacher Qin, who do you think he is? Juyan. Li Chenglong frowned. Xiacizi Mountain. There's a lot of white jade on the top and red copper on the bottom. There's a beast there that looks like an ape with a white head and bare feet. It's called Juyan. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. What are you talking about? Illiterate. Li Chenglong looked at him with disdain, then explained. It's Juyan. Then he was puzzled. Juyan's main weapon is vicious and murderous. Appearing at this time, Qin Fangyang was also stunned. Vicious and murderous? That's not right. Brother Zhu said that in ancient times, people called him the beast of misfortune. It's not wrong to call him the beast of misfortune. In fact, it's even more appropriate. Li Chenglong nodded and said, he's highly toxic. When he breathes out, it becomes clouds, and when he exhales, it becomes miasma. He brings disaster with him. If he's not the beast of misfortune, who else can bear such a name? Zhou Xiaoduo's mouth twitched. Can I understand it this way? Whoever interacts with him too much will be unlucky. Chapter 1259. You're right. That's the gist of it. Li Chenglong looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with a "you're smart" look and said. However, the aura of disaster is also a form of luck, and it needs to be accumulated. For example, if it causes bad luck to others, then for a period of time, the people around it won't experience bad luck, and will be safe and sound. After this period of time, people will encounter all kinds of unpleasant things, and it will gradually become more and more intense, until it reaches a certain peak. As for how long this so-called period of time is, we don't know. Hearing this, everyone immediately felt goosebumps all over their bodies. There was such a thing. Then Teacher Qin, you have to be careful. This beast appeared with you, and you can be said to be the person directly next to it. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Qin Fangyang's face attentively. There was no aura of misfortune. It seemed like it didn't affect him at all. Then, he looked at the others and saw that their faces were also full of auspicious signs, and they were full of energy and good luck. It seems that this beast of misfortune can't affect us. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed in relief and said, let's go back first. As for the others, the entire government has already taken action. There's no need for us to waste our energy. Okay, what do we do next? Next, we should prioritize cultivation. When it's about time, we should go back to our own homes and find our own mothers. The dragons fighting for the heritage has come to an end, and we don't have to stay together all the time. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Yu Moyan, Li Zhangming, Long Yusheng, and the others and smiled very proudly. You guys should get lost. We're not going anywhere, we'll follow you for sure. Everyone said in unison, and their emotions were surging. What a joke. This is a good place with the flow of time. And it's the most efficient place to cultivate. If we really go back, we'll be left behind for half a year. And we'll only be reduced to punching bags among our brothers. We can't beat you, Zhua, and we'll admit it. As for the others, there's still room for comparison. Especially those few in the hidden dragon high martial arts. They had to be on their guard. As the saying goes, people are of the same mind, and their hearts share the same reasoning. No one is willing to go back. It would be best if he hung it on Zhou Xiaoduo every day. Li Chenglong, Xiang Chong, and the others also tried to chase them away. In the end, they almost got into a fight while walking. When he arrived at the small courtyard, he saw that Zhu Yan had already returned. With a height of 2.7 meters, it stood majestically against the ceiling like a weight-bearing pillar. Seeing that Zhou Xiaoduo had returned, he handed over 3 spatial rings to Zhou Xiaoduo. Surprisingly, he spoke in a polite manner. Fortunately, I did not fail you. At this moment, Zhu Yan's attitude was rather arrogant. Coming back after a lifetime, stepping into the mortal world again, I can still complete the task smoothly. Truly worthy of being called Mia. You found it right away. Zhou Xiaoduo was surprised by the beast of misfortune's intelligence. It seemed to be quite powerful. Previously, he was a little uncertain about this guy's background, so he threw this job to him with the intention of testing the waters. He didn't expect that it would be completed so smoothly without any twists and turns. Haha, was it fast? This is a piece of cake for me. Zhu Yan was very proud. I lost my way and found a place to have a meal. I have to say, that family is really generous. It's just that I was struck by lightning while eating and couldn't eat to my heart's content. It's a fly in the ointment. Zhu Yan, who was boasting about eating heartily, suddenly shut up halfway and looked at him warily. This couldn't be said. Wouldn't it be exposed if it did? Struck by lightning while eating? Everyone's ears were top-notch. When they heard this, they instantly perked up. What happened to the Wang family couldn't be the manifestation of misfortune caused by this guy, right? What happened? Zhu Yan naturally didn't say anything at first. Its attitude was still a little resolute. However, under everyone's questioning, it finally couldn't bear the pressure and stammered for a while. Then, it hurriedly clarified. But this really has nothing to do with me. I'm not the kind of beast that brings misfortune wherever I go. For example, when I'm here, none of you are unlucky. So that family over there is just a coincidence. You can't blame it on me. Maybe the heavens are pulling my leg. Zhu Yan was very nervous. I won't be chased away, right? After hearing this argument, black lines appeared on everyone's forehead. Qin Fengyang's mouth was wide open and couldn't close it for a long time. This guy's power seemed to be a little shockingly strong. Teacher Qin. Zhou Xiaoduo was amazed. I really didn't expect that in the end. You were the one who personally took revenge for this matter. How could you say something like that? Qin Fengyang rolled his eyes, a look of displeasure on his face. If you didn't bring him out, although the Wang family is destined to collapse, it wouldn't have been struck by lightning. At least, it wouldn't have been struck at this moment, and it wouldn't have been destroyed in an instant. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed. Qin Fengyang immediately felt the wind blowing in his head. How did he manage to shift the blame onto me? Isn't it said that the heavenly Tao is a cycle of reincarnation? Everything is predestined. That should be the case. Zhou Xiaoduo looked emotional. The Wang family defied the heavens and went to extremes. They participated in the Battle of the Stargate to pry open the heavenly Tao. If they succeeded, they would naturally steal the heavens and change their fate. The heavenly Tao's fate would flow back into the Wang family's lifeline, and their fate would soar. But if they didn't succeed, the Wang family's bloodline and fate would be drained dry, and it wouldn't even be enough. Everyone's fate in the family would be drained to the negative. Under such circumstances, under the influence of fate, all misfortune would find their way to the Wang family, and the degree of misfortune would increase greatly. Just like this time, They invited the beast of misfortune to their home, and even offered large amounts of offerings to the beast of misfortune. And for those who defied the heavens, there would definitely be retribution. Even if the heavens condemned them, they would still be given a chance of survival. They wouldn't be driven to the brink of annihilation, and would leave some lucky survivors. But at this time, the Wang family invited the Zhu Yan to their home, and relied on him as a backer. The Zhu Yan's strength was too strong. He received the Wang family's offerings and sat inside. When the heavenly tribulation found that it couldn't strike him, it naturally increased the power of the lightning tribulation. The upper limit of this power should be enough to teach those who defied the heavens a lesson, but not enough to kill them. But this upper limit was set by the Zhu Yan, the strongest person in the Wang family in the eyes of the heavenly Tao. How could the Wang family not be miserable? Although the Zhu Yan didn't die under the heavenly tribulation, the rest of the Wang family didn't have the ability of the Zhu Yan. Although they were just collateral damage, they were already wiped out, and their entire family was wiped out. So Xiaoduo knew the cause and effect of this. After connecting the dots, he made a complete story from the beginning to the end. With his theory of the way of karma, he wasn't far off from the mark, and it was close to the truth. He didn't know that there were still survivors in the Wang family, but they had been poisoned to death by the Zhu Yan. The heavenly tribulation wasn't the culprit behind the Wang family's annihilation, but the Zhu Yan. And this doesn't mean that the Zhu Yan is really the beast of misfortune in name and in reality. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of emotion. Everyone turned to look at the burly Zhu Yan, their eyes full of complex emotions. That Zhu Yan panicked when so many people looked at him with such strange eyes. He scratched his head and explained anxiously, "This really has nothing to do with me." "Yes, this has nothing to do with you." Everyone nodded, but their eyes were full of mockery. "Nothing to do with you? My ass." Now that they understood, they stopped discussing this matter and pretended not to know anything. After all, everyone had the same thought: how to deal with the Zhu Yan in the future, and how to avoid disaster to the greatest extent. That was something that Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong had to consider. It had nothing to do with them, so they naturally didn't care. "Teacher Qin, what's your current cultivation level?" Zhuo Xiaoduo asked curiously. "I don't know what my current cultivation level is either." Qin Fangyang was a little depressed, but then he said, "But looking at you now, I should be able to beat you up a few more times." Zhuo Xiaoduo's face darkened when he heard this. "Ha ha ha ha." Li Qinglong and the others roared with laughter, full of malice and schadenfreude. "Then let's have a spar?" "Sure." And so, everyone entered the space of the Tower of Annihilation together. Zhuo Xiaoduo took the lead and rushed forward. However, because he was afraid of hurting Qin Fangyang, he did not dare to use his weapon. Instead, he greeted him with his fists and feet. But to everyone's surprise, Qin Fangyang easily suppressed Zhuo Xiaoduo. In less than 10 seconds, Zhuo Xiaoduo was at a complete disadvantage. "Hiss! Teacher Qin is so terrifying." The audience gasped at the same time. After the Battle of the Dragons fighting for the heritage, everyone knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo's current level of strength was not something that could be described with the word abnormal. But Mr. Qin, after escaping from death, had made an amazing breakthrough. What kind of godlike speed was this to be able to suppress a freak like Zhuo? "I'm going to use my weapon." Zhuo Xiaoduo saw that Qin Fangyang's strength was ridiculously high. He took out the spirit cat sword, thinking that he could turn the situation around. However, what he did not expect was that Qin Fangyang, who was gradually getting used to his own strength, became stronger and stronger. He sent the spirit cat sword flying with one slap, forcing Zhuo Xiaoduo to use his 99 kitty hammer to deal with him. "I'm going to play for real." 2 minutes later. "Everyone, let's go together. Hurry up and go together. Come and save me." Zhuo Xiaoduo shouted anxiously. He was sweating profusely from being suppressed. The 2 hammers that he used to be able to swing freely were now unable to be wielded properly. Qin Fangyang had just familiarized himself with his own strength, so he was still unable to harmonize it. He was also unable to control his strength as he wished. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that they had only exchanged blows for a short while, but many of his bones seemed to have been broken. His but was already swollen. While he was shouting, another kick came flying. Zuo blocked his but with his hammers. With a clang, the hammers were kicked back and hit his butt. Zuo screamed in pain. He covered his butt with his hammers and was kicked into the air. Chapter 1260. Zuo Xiaoyan, Li Chenglong, and the rest were delighted to see this. They roared and rushed forward. A group attack. Under Li Chenglong's command, the master and his disciples rolled into a ball. And this fight lasted for a full 2 hours. The final result of this battle was that Zuo and the rest were collectively sent flying and fell heavily to the ground. Everyone looked at Qin Fangyang as if they had seen a ghost. After this battle, Qin Fangyang's strength shocked everyone, especially Zuo. Zuo touched his swollen buttocks. His long-lost sad face reappeared, along with sincere shock and disbelief. I became a punching bag in front of old Qin again. This makes me. Old Qin's strength, what's going on? How did he suddenly rise to this level? It doesn't make sense. Isn't this purely cheating me? This is the 15th day of August. I'm already doubting my life. Old Qin must be using cheats. Absolutely. Zuo face was filled with sorrow. Zuo didn't believe that this speed and extent of advancement wasn't using cheats. He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Thinking back to when he was in Fenghai, he could already beat old Qin. Now, he was at least 10,000 times stronger than he was at that time. Not only was he unable to beat him, but even after joining forces with Zuo Xiaoyan and Zuo Xiaoduo's gang, as well as old Xiao, they still couldn't beat him. Tell me, where are you going to reason with this? Zhu Yan crossed his arms as he watched Qin Fangyang display his invincible strength. At the same time, he felt pain all over his body. His head hurt. A quarter of his brain was gone. His whole body hurt. His whole body was covered in wounds. His flesh was badly mangled. His inner core hurt too. His inner core was damaged and incomplete. Did you think this was a joke? His divine soul, which had been cultivating for countless years, was also in pain. I used the power of my soul, the power of my inner core, the power of my brain, the power of my brain, the power of my blood, the power of my divine sense. I made a big cocoon for him. At least a third of my essence, energy, spirit, and vital spirit were all eaten and digested by him without wasting a single bit. With such nourishment, such a foundation, and such an advantage, if I still can't beat you guys, then my long life as a primordial beast would have been in vain. That's not right. My foundation is far from being digested. How is this even possible? More surprises came. Teacher Qin, you're at the Dao integration pinnacle stage, right? Zuo Xiaoduo's eyes widened. Qin Fangyang, who was also shocked by his current strength, scratched his head in confusion and said, I don't know either. My current level of strength is beyond the scope of my knowledge and understanding, although I can feel that my strength has been improving and is still gradually increasing. The kind that is very fast. I'm really not sure which step I've reached. Zuo Xiaoduo was dumbstruck and speechless for a long time. After a long time he finally said, Teacher Qin, you used to say that I reached the heavens in a single step. But after seeing you today, I finally know what it means to reach the heavens in a single step. What it means to be blessed by providence. This is clearly the treatment of the child of destiny. Zuo Xiaoduo hugged Qin Fangyang's thigh with a sincere expression. Teacher Qin, my dearest Teacher Qin, please allow me to hug your thigh. Tycoon, I'm willing to be a Xiao pendant on your thigh. Qin Fangyang kicked him out in annoyance. You're the eldest son of the minister, and you have the nerve to say such humble words. Zuo Xiaoduo covered his butt and complained. The eldest son of the minister, didn't you also beat me up without any scruples? This is the treatment that only real protagonists in novels get. Qin Fangyang snorted and squinted. What treatment? Why? Can't I beat you up? You can beat me up. You can beat me up. You beat me up well. You beat me up well. You beat me up so well. You beat me up so well that I'm full of joy. I can't wait to endure more. But you also have to share the rain and dew, right? After all, I'm not your only student. Look at Li Chenglong and Long Yusheng. These two must be cursing you in their hearts. These two look cheap. I think they want to betray their master. Zhuo was terrified. He tried to divert attention and shift the blame to Qin Fangyang. Zhua, can you be a human? Li Chenglong and Long Yuxing wailed in unison. Other than Zhuo Xiaoyan, who was merciful, the others were mercilessly beaten up by Qin Fangyang. Everyone had a share. According to Qin Fangyang's words, I'm afraid that I'll have fewer and fewer chances to beat you up in the future. After this, it won't be long before I won't be able to beat you up again. So I have to have more fun. Zhuo, Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, and the others. The last part was that Zhuo took out a pile of cultivation resources and gave them to Qin Fangyang. This time, Qin Fangyang didn't refuse like before, but he still didn't accept all of them. After choosing some heavenly treasures, Zhuo took back the rest. I shouldn't have accepted these, but if I don't accept them, you'll all feel bad, so I have to take some. Actually, you've already used your bodies to feel my level of strength. With my current level of cultivation, it's not difficult for me to obtain cultivation resources. You don't have to worry about me. He raised his eyebrows. At most, I'll rob the rich to help the poor when I need it. It's not like I haven't done this before. Naturally, everyone was well aware of what Qin Fangyang was talking about. They didn't insist anymore. However, Zhuo and the others really learned Qin Fangyang's way of robbing the rich to help the poor. Zhuo took out another piece of heaven-mending stone. Take this. Everyone has one, so you have to have one too. Don't make me favor one over the other. I'm already in a difficult position. After Qin Fangyang knew the use of it, he immediately accepted it. How can I make it difficult for you? I'll do it reluctantly. Teacher Qin, what are your plans in the future? Do you still want to continue teaching an ancestral dragon? Li Chenglong asked. My original intention in coming to Ancestral Dragon High School was to obtain a spot for you guys in the dragons, seizing the heritage. Now that I've fulfilled my wish, why am I still lingering here? Qin Fangyang snorted disdainfully. His face was full of ridicule. Then what about you? After I visit the Liu family, I think I'll return to the battlefield. That's where I belong. Qin Fangyang said. You're taking it for granted. You're not suitable for that realm now. Zhuo shook his head. What you should do now is to temper yourself to the greatest extent and transform your foundation into cultivation strength. The battlefield is a forbidden area that you can't set foot in at the moment. Li Chenglong also expressed his strong opposition. Qin Fangyang was surprised. What do you mean? Li Chenglong said. You should cultivate for a while more and familiarize yourself with your strength. Perhaps you'll become one of the new trump cards of the continent. The old great cultivators of astral souls are no longer a secret. However, you have the foundation to become a new trump card of the continent. Qin Fangyang was silent. Although he felt that he was very strong now, he didn't have the corresponding understanding of how strong he was. After all, since his rebirth, he had only fought with his own students. He had no experience of fighting with a real master at all. Hearing Zhuo and Li Chenglong flattering him as the new trump card of the continent, Qin Fangyang felt that his students thought too highly of him. Was it really good to praise him so highly? However, whether it was Zhuo or Li Chenglong, they were full of confidence. You must be quiet now and develop your strength in a wretched manner. This way, when the time comes, you'll definitely be able to amaze the world and turn the tide. Qin Fangyang was confused. However, he felt that Li Chenglong's words seemed to be very reasonable, that these words came from Zhuo's mouth. Qin Fangyang was afraid that he would think that it was mostly flattery. However, Li Chenglong had always been known for his meticulous planning. In addition, he would consider the big picture and would not speak without thinking. Qin Fangyang should listen to him. There's another reason, Zhuo said. Teacher Qin, the old principle's karma that we set up back then has already taken effect. If I'm not wrong, the old principle has already reincarnated. Is this true? Qin Fangyang's face suddenly turned red. He suddenly stood up. His movements were full of agitation. Yes, Zhuo said. Back then, I once said that I would try to use the destiny money connected to the heavenly axiom to be buried with him in the ground, hoping for a karma. If it works, there will be a situation that will never occur under normal circumstances. And that is, a spider lily will grow in front of the grave. The spider lily blooms on the other shore and disappears when the flower blooms. It's a mystical spirit herb that should grow by the river of the netherworld. It has a special effect, and that is, after people eat it, they can awaken the memories of their previous life. As for the flower that grew in front of the old headmaster's grave, it grew because of her own luck. It should have grown in the underworld, but it appeared in the world of the living. This shows that the effect of this spirit herb is different from other spirit herbs. I can almost guarantee that this flower will only have meaning if she eats it herself. The only thing that can be traced back is her memories. If that's the case, she must have reincarnated and become a new person. Otherwise, the spider lily would not have appeared. And based on the influence of the phoenix bloodline and the old principal's lifelong obsession, it should still be around Phoenix City. As Zhou Xiaoduo spoke, Qin Fengyang trembled nonstop. Tears flickered in his tiger-like eyes. That's great. So, you're still here. How should I find her? Qin Fengyang asked with a trembling voice. The clue is still the destiny coin. The destiny coin should have already fused with her body. Zhou Xiaoduo said. On her body, there's a birthmark that looks like a coin at an unknown location. And it will definitely be very clear. Qin Fengyang muttered, this clue. How am I going to check the coin-shaped birthmark on a girl's body? Li Chenglong raised his hand. Methods are thought of by people. I have a way to take care of both. On the one hand, it won't delay your wretched development. On the other hand, it'll be easier to find the old principle. Chapter 1261. What is it? Hurry up and tell me. Don't keep me in suspense, Qin Fengyang hurriedly asked. It's actually a very simple method. You can become the principal of Phoenix City's No. 2 high school. Li Chenglong said. Become the principal? What do you mean? The turn of events was so sudden that it was simply earth-shattering. Even Long Yusheng and the others were shocked by Li Chenglong's words. Everyone looked like they were dreaming. You want an almighty, who was at least at the primordial chaos realm, to become the principal of a martial arts enlightenment school? To lead those soft and tender children? This was like asking a minister of defense to become the principal of a kindergarten. That no matter how one looked at it, this scene was so crooked that it was abnormal. You want me to be the principal? Just for my own personal matters. Not to mention my current cultivation strength. Even when I was teaching at Ancestral Dragon High School, I didn't deserve the position. Wouldn't that attract more attention and add a lot of trouble? Qin Fengyang's face was distorted. He truly felt that he couldn't afford to lose face like this. That's a good idea. Even if my father were to arrange this matter, there's a 99% chance that he would arrange it like this. Even if you don't want to become the principal of Phoenix City's No. 2 high school, you'll probably have to go to Water City's No. 1 high school. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Li Chenglong and chuckled knowingly. I'm afraid you don't know how important a hidden trump card is to the safety of the continent. How important can it be? Qin Fengyang asked. Generally, when a war starts, it'll be a full-scale melee. However, the real higher-ups have little interest in slaughtering ants. These higher-ups don't like to bully others. This is also where the pride of cultivators lies. Therefore, high-level battles often break out. Through fewer high-level battles, the war will be decided. Moreover, this type of battle will continue to break out after a certain period of time. It will continue to grow and become more and more high-level. Teacher Qin, you're an excellent combat strength that doesn't appear in front of others. You're not among the enemy's established targets. After the enemy figures out our high-level trump cards, they'll have a sense of victory. Even if they have one more high level than us, it'll be enough to tilt the entire war. If Teacher Qin were to appear at the critical moment, you would naturally be able to turn the tide. The so-called counterattack in the most crucial game is because of the factor that turns defeat into victory. And Teacher Qin, you are such a factor. Teacher Qin, you only need to be responsible for one victory. When the enemy is at his most confident moment, he can turn the situation around. That is a great contribution. His contribution will cover the astral souls. Li Chenglong nodded and said, with Xiaoduo's channel, we can easily get in touch with the higher-ups. Now that the Heavenly Tao Bureau here is over, I believe that the higher-ups will come back soon. You may not believe what we say, Mr. Qin, but you won't doubt the decisions made by the higher-ups, right? Qin Fengyang was silent for a while before he said, "This matter really needs to be decided by the higher-ups. Otherwise, even if what you said makes sense and is conclusive, I feel like I have to hide in Phoenix City for a private matter. Not only will I not be able to accept it, even if your old principal comes back, she will also be unhappy and depressed." "That's easy," Zhou Xiaoduo said. "I'll arrange it." Qin Fengyang sighed. "In the end, I still have to bask in my disciple's glory, going through the backdoor mode." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Then naturally, Zhou Xiaoduo went out to make a call. After the call, Zhou Changlu was overjoyed and said that he would come back in person to discuss the details. Then, they could let their imagination run wild. Or rather, they could begin to deduce the follow-up plan. "Teacher Qin, if you go to Phoenix City, Zhu Yan won't be able to follow you anymore." Li Chenglong held back his laughter. Of course, everyone lowered their heads like chickens pecking at rice, and held back their laughter. According to Zhu Yan's unlucky nature, if he really followed Qin Fengyang to Phoenix City as a teacher, all the children in the school would probably be ruined by him. Therefore, even if he killed this guy here, Zhu Yan could not follow him. "Zhu Yan will follow me for the time being," Zhou Xiaoduo said. "That works too." Qin Fengyang turned to Zhu Yan and asked, "Brother Zhu, are you willing to follow Xiaoduo?" Zhu Yan nodded hurriedly. How could he not be willing? He was more than willing. How could he not be willing when he saw this kid's luck, and how fucking peerless he was? Was he stupid? No matter what, he was much better than this Qin guy. This Qin fellow practically ate my entire beast clean. From head to toe, my internal organs, soul, brain, bone marrow, blood, and divine sense. Everything was eaten by him. Every time I'm with him, I feel like I'm going to be swallowed in one gulp, especially every time it sends Qin Fengyang's cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. Zhu Yan would subconsciously feel its brain wailing in his meridians. Xiaoduo, I'll leave this poison bead to you. You must handle it properly." Qin Fengyang explained everything. Then, everyone sat together and chatted. Time passed quietly. 2 hours later, the wind blew in the sky. Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding stepped through the door. The moment the two of them entered, Wang Lingyun's eyes immediately became blurry. "Grandpa's wa. Grandma's wa." Wang Lingyun burst into tears. "The Wang family is gone." Zhou Changlu sighed softly. "Xiao Yan, what are your plans for the future?" "I don't know." "Then you can continue to live here for the time being." Zhou Changlu patted Wang Lingyun's shoulder. "There's no need to be sad. It's not worth it for those people. If you really go there one day, tell your grandpa that I told you that Xiao Yan didn't disgrace the Wang family." Yes. Wang Lingyun's heart ached even more. He couldn't help but burst into tears to vent the depression in his heart. Wu Yuding also sighed. The two of them comforted Wang Lingyun for a while, and only then did his emotions calm down. Then they entered the room. Seeing the couple enter together, Qin Fengyang instinctively stood up and bowed. "Minister." Originally, Qin Fengyang had met Zhou Changlu and his wife a few times. Of course, it was during the parent-teacher conference in Phoenix City. Now that he saw the legendary minister, even though his appearance was the same, his demeanor was completely different. Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding were quite surprised. When they received the phone call, they almost instinctively thought that Zhou Xiaoduo was lying. But now that they saw Qin Fengyang, they understood that not only did Qin Fengyang not die, but he also profited from the disaster and soared to the sky. "Sit." Zhou Changlu affectionately held Qin Fengyang's hand. "I've said before that we are best friends. If it weren't for your guidance, Xiao Duo wouldn't have achieved what he has today." Zhou Changlu's words were extremely sincere. Qin Fengyang smiled. "It's because Xiao Duo is outstanding enough that he has the opportunity to be sculpted." The two looked at each other and smiled. They exchanged pleasantries and sat down. When it came to Qin Fengyang's cultivation, Zhou Changlu was very cautious. He invited Qin Fengyang to Zhou Xiaoduo's space in the Tower of Annihilation, and personally exchanged a few moves with Qin Fengyang. This exchange was not allowed to be a spectator. When they came out, although both of them were unharmed, the admiration on Zhuo Changlu's face and Qin Fengyang's excitement made everyone's eyes light up. Very good, Zhuo Zhanglu said solemnly. You have an enormous amount of energy in your body that you have yet to refine. If you can refine all of it and integrate it into your body, your battle prowess won't be inferior to that of the heavenly king of the right. Furthermore, under some kind of catalyst, the energy in your body has already become the same as your own. Perhaps there will be even greater room for improvement. When the continent is in danger, there is finally new blood. That's great. The astral souls are lucky, the human race is lucky. Zhuo Changlu did not hide his excitement in his words. For Zhuo Zhanglu, the sudden appearance of a top-level almighty was truly a joyous occasion. There was no better news than this. Minister, may I ask what should I do? What should I do from now on? What do you want? Go to the battlefield and train myself to the maximum. Qin Fengyang did not hesitate. No, Zhuo Zhanglu flatly vetoed. Let's not talk about the fact that your situation is different from the others. You've already exceeded the limit of combat strength allowed to appear on the battlefield. Moreover, you've directly exposed your hidden trump card as soon as you entered the battlefield. For so many years, we have been trying to set up a hidden top cultivator, but we have never succeeded. Now that we finally have one, how can we casually expose it? Wu Yuding also sighed and said, That's right. According to the usual practice of cultivating a top cultivator, experience, resources, battles, and continuous improvement are indispensable. But this kind of process is difficult to keep secret. At most, we can hide it for a period of time, but it is impossible to hide it for a long time. Teacher Qin's sudden emergence can become the hidden trump card of the astral souls. No matter what, we cannot easily expose it. We must save it for the most critical moment and strike like a thunderbolt. Only then can we live up to the heavens. Sure enough, Zhuo Changlu and his wife, Li Chenglong, and Zhuo Xiao's plan were all in the same direction. Zhuo Xiao's spirit was lifted. Dad, Li Chenglong just suggested that Teacher Qin go to Phoenix City's No. 2 high school to be the principal. What do you think? Zhuo Changlu's eyes suddenly lit up. He slapped his thigh and said, That's a great plan. First, it will not be wasted. Second, it is reasonable, and it is to protect the life of the lover. Third, it will make that place invulnerable. On the other hand, if he goes to other schools, no matter how much he hides his strength, it will inevitably attract attention. Let's do it, Zhuo Changlu said. I will immediately ask the martial arts department to send your Teacher Qin back to Phoenix City. But Teacher Qin will have to suffer for a while. After all, we can't give you any extra status or benefits. Those are just minor details. It's not worth it. Qin Fengyang smiled freely. Then it's decided. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding looked at each other and smiled. For a moment they felt much more relaxed. Chapter 1262. Zhuo Changlu felt like he had a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. For a long time, the upper echelons of the continent had been too transparent. Once there was a battle between the upper echelons, the number of people on his side would be seen clearly by the opponent. It was better than before, when they were only fighting against the UMNO alliance. However, when the other continents returned, they would be the target of public criticism. If the weaker side did not have a trump card, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Qin Fengyang's appearance just made up for this shortcoming. Although his combat power was not enough now, he was qualified. Besides, there was still a lot of energy in his body that had not been dissolved. So, it was safe to have a trump card. But Brother Qin's strength is still a little too low, especially the moves and secret techniques that a top combat power should have. Zhuo Changlu pondered and said, I will give you a secret cultivation manual later. You have to practice according to it. As for the resources, I will prepare for you for 10 years. You must raise your cultivation to the highest level in the shortest time possible. Then I won't stand on ceremony, but I don't need the resources for now. Qin Fengyang smiled and said, Xiao Duo has given me a lot of treasures. On my way back, I will take a detour to suppress the bandits and so on. Then I will be able to gather a lot of resources. Or give me a copy of the internal information. I will rob the rich to help the poor along the way. Rob the rich to help the poor along the way. Zhuo Changlu's expression suddenly became interesting. The way he looked at Qin Fengyang was a little strange. So it was you who led my son astray. At first, he thought that Zhuo Xiaoduo's plan of robbing the rich to help the poor was due to his genes. So this was the root of it, that it was not inherited from the 1 meter higher sky, but from his teacher. Should I complain about him? However, Zhuo Zhonglu admired and liked people like Qin Fengyang the most. He was decisive in killing, decisive in making decisions. He didn't drag his feet, nor did he stick to the rules. He didn't care about trifles, but he also had a kind heart to help the world. Good people were never scary. Instead, they were easily bullied and framed. Qin Fengyang wasn't a bad person, but he wasn't a good person who would tolerate being bullied by anyone. The so-called a gentleman can be bullied did not exist in Qin Fengyang's eyes. If you dare to bully me, I will kill you. This kind of person might never become a saint, but he could live a carefree life. Xiao Duo prepared it for you because he respects his teacher. I prepared it for you because of my sincerity. At most, I'll prepare a little less. Zhuo Changlu laughed. Remember, you are allowed to use any method to increase your strength. Remember, any method. In other words, this included your so-called robbing the rich to help the poor. Yes, yes. Qin Fengyang smiled knowingly. Thank you very much, Minister. I understand. Although Zhuo Changlu had said more than once that they were best friends, Qin Fengyang knew that deep down in his heart. Zhuo Changlu could say that, but he couldn't admit it, let alone believe it was true. Once he admitted it, he wouldn't know when to back down. It's settled then. Good, it's settled then. At this point, not only was Zhuo Zhonglu very happy, but Qin Fengyang also felt the weight in his heart disappear. Next, Zhuo Changlu began to make arrangements regarding Qin Fengyang's position in Phoenix City's second high school. He was going to hide openly under the sun and increase his strength at the same time. No matter what, he couldn't let anyone know about this. It was obvious that Zhuo Changlu attached great importance to this matter. Every once in a while, I will send Xiao Duo back to spar with you for a few days. He will be a qualified sparring partner. At that time, you can go all out and spar with him. Zhuo Changlu said. Sparring partner? I'm not going. Whoever wants to go can go, but I'm not going. Zhuo Xiaoduo jumped 3 meters high like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He was so anxious that his face turned red. Are you kidding me? Is that a sparring match? Do you think I don't know that being a sparring partner means being beaten up? Every once in a while, he will go back and spar with me for a few days? Are you trying to ruin me? I've never seen an old father who would push his own son into a fire pit. You are so kind. You have no choice. You have to go even if you don't want to. Zhuo Changlu made a decision indifferently. Do you think it's so easy to be a second high school heir? It's your privilege to be beaten up. Zhuo Xiaoduo said. I don't want such privilege. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt wronged. I've already given up on being a second high school heir. And now you're bringing it up again. You're clearly rubbing salt in my wound again and again. Qin Fengyang turned his head and smiled at Zhuo Xiaoduo. He held his right hand with his left hand and rubbed it gently. His knuckles made a cracking sound. With a twist of his neck, a series of cracking sounds could be heard. Teacher, do you have cervical spondylosis? Zhuo Xiaoduo said eagerly. Do you want me to massage it for you? Hee hee. Qin Fengyang smiled like a big bad wolf looking at a by Tuesday. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face suddenly turned bitter. He was familiar with Teacher Qin. How could he not know that Teacher Qin was expressing goodwill to him, indicating that he was looking forward to being his sparring partner? Zhuo Xiaoduo would never be the best sparring partner. At least he was not the first choice. With Zhuo Changlu's judgment of Qin Fengyang's current strength and his long-term evaluation, it would be best to send Yu Dongtian. However, Yu Dongtian was a little arrogant, liked to show off, and liked to push the blame to others. If his identity was exposed, it would only affect the overall situation. Therefore, he had to teach him a good lesson before sending him. At this moment, Yu Dongtian, who was hundreds of thousands of miles away, suddenly shivered. He looked around in shock and bewilderment. Why did his heart suddenly palpitate just now? The spiritual sense of such a profound cultivator would never fail him. Could it be that he was about to face an unforeseen event? What's wrong with you? Yun Zhonghu asked in surprise. Nothing. Yu Dongtian thought for a while in shock and bewilderment. After looking around for a long time, he sat down uneasily. He murmured, I want to go out for a walk. It seems a little cold here. A little cold. Yun Zhonghu looked at the sky and the ground, a little confused. What kind of heavenly saying was this? They were all heavenly king-level cultivators. It was inevitable that they would not be affected by cold or heat. What kind of saying was a little cold? However, Yu Dongtian had already left as if his butt was on fire. From behind, he looked like a defeated dog being chased. Yun Zhonghu could not help but fall into deep thought. This guy was crazy. Next, Zhuo Changlu cast his gaze on Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others. His eyes were filled with relief. Zhuo Xiaoduo, Zhuo Xiaonian, Li Qinglong, Xiang Bing, Xiang Chong, Zhan Xuejuan, Long Yusheng, Wan Lixiu, Li Qingming, Yuyan Yu Moyan, Duguyan Pai Bao, Gao Qiao, Zhen Piapiao. A total of 15 peak Skysoar realm cultivators. Their future was not just promising. This group of little fellows, from the core realm to the nascent soul realm, step by step, until now, they were constantly evolving and improving. Zhuo Changlu sighed in his heart. Perhaps the future of the continent would be in the hands of these 15 little fellows. Thinking of this, Zhuo Changlu suddenly thought of something and froze on the spot. Wu Yuding sensed that something was wrong with his expression. She could not help but ask, What's wrong? Nothing. Zhuo Changlu smiled and shook his head. But in his heart he was pondering. The Big Dipper and Big Dipper set up the Big Dipper and Big Dipper. 15 stars had descended to set up the Big Dipper and participate in the Big Dipper contest. Coincidentally, Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others were also 15 people. Could this really be a coincidence? I'm afraid not. Zhuo Changlu pondered for a moment. But soon, he gave up on all his guesses. As for you guys, the 15 of you will form a team. Originally, Zhuo Changlu wanted to separate the 15 of them and let them develop their own paths. But suddenly he changed his mind. The battlefield is not suitable for you guys at the moment. Just move around the Hidden Dragon High School. But it shouldn't be long. Zhuo Changlu smiled faintly. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo agreed. Although you will form a team of 15, you will need to train separately. Zhuo Changlu said. After all, in the future, most of the battles you will face will not be fought together. In other words, it is not a problem for the 15 of you to form a team, but you will also need to cooperate with each other in battle. It will be convenient to deal with any situation that may arise in the future. Although it is smart to adapt to the situation, it is not as safe as having a plan in advance. Okay. This time, it was Li Chenglong who agreed. Li Chenglong had been thinking about dividing the 15 of them into groups. They would work together and practice with tacit understanding. In the original plan, Zhen Piapiao, Zhan Xuejuan, and even Zhuo Xiaonian were not in the original group of 12. But now all 15 of them were complete. Li Chenglong even had a vague feeling that there was some kind of karma between the 15 of them and the Great Star Dual Array. It would be inappropriate to force them to split up. You must break through to the Dao integration pinnacle stage before the big battle. Zhuo Changlu said word by word. This is the minimum goal. If you can break through to the Chaos Primordial stage, which is above the Dao integration stage, that would be even better. But I'm afraid you don't have that much time to spare. Zhuo Changlu could vaguely feel the urgency now. Speed up. Zhuo Changlu sighed softly. You are the most suitable opponents for each other. You must speed up your cultivation. Li Chenglong, Long Yusheng, and the others couldn't help but feel inexplicably shocked. One had to know that their rate of improvement, compared to the time in the outside world, was practically less than a month for them to break through to the next major realm. And with such speed, the minister was still like an ant, and he still wanted to continue accelerating. What kind of urgency was this? Dad, don't tell me the continent is about to return? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked the question in everyone's hearts. Yes. Zhuo Changlu's gaze was fixed on the void as he said indifferently. A figure has already appeared in my heart lake projection. That's a tyrannical existence that even I can't deal with. The opponent's aura is monstrous, and his killing intent is unparalleled. Although he hasn't arrived yet, I know that I'm no match for him. Zhuo Changlu's voice was very serious. Everyone's expression changed, and their hearts were filled with shock and awe. Zhuo Changlu, the sky-inspecting minister, was now publicly recognized as the #1 person in the world who was on par with the Flood Witch. Now the enemy hadn't arrived yet, and he had already admitted that he was no match for him. Then how strong was the opponent, and how tyrannical was his strength. Just thinking about it was enough to make one's heart tremble with fear. And tremble. Zhuo Xiaoyan's face turned ghastly pale. Dad, then what should we do? Intense worry flashed in both her and Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes. Zhuo Changlu admitted that he wasn't a match for the opponent, but the only person in the entire continent who could take the top spot was himself. As the sky-inspecting minister, as the #1 person in the astral soul's continent, as long as that powerful enemy came, Zhuo Changlu would have to face him, regardless of whether he was a match for him or not. But if he did, wouldn't it be extremely dangerous? In other words, Zhuo Changlu would be the most dangerous person in the entire continent. Although there's no hope of defeating the enemy, Zhuo Changlu said lightly, but when it comes to self-preservation, it's not a problem. There's no need to make a fuss. Hearing Zhuo Changlu's honesty, Long Yusheng, Wan Li Xiu, and the others' expressions immediately relaxed. Only Li Qinglong's expression seemed to relax, but at the same time, his brows were solemn. Zhuo Xiaoduo clenched his fists. Although Zhuo Changlu had said so, Zhuo Xiaoduo deeply understood that at that point, as the sky-inspecting minister, how could he ask for self-preservation? Once he retreated for the sake of survival, then everyone behind him would have to face that irresistible danger. There was no way Zhuo Changlu would retreat. But in the face of that kind of enemy, there was no hope of defeating the enemy. The danger was simply suffocating just thinking about it. Wu Yuding smiled faintly. Your dad said not to make a fuss, so it's definitely fine. Don't forget that there's still me. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan became even more nervous. Even my dad is no match for him. Even if you join in, it's most likely going to be difficult. All right, Dad, Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Look at this Brother Zhu. Brother Zhu? Zhuo Changlu followed Zhuo Xiaoduo's hand and looked at Zhu Yan. The moment he looked at it, Zhuo Changlu was shocked. Where did such a top-notch expert come from? After a closer inspection, he realized that it was a demonic beast. And it looked a little weak, as if it had just recovered from a serious injury. This is Zhu Yan, Zhuo Xiaoduo said. The beast of misfortune? Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding's expressions changed at the same time. Although the beast of misfortune's ferocious name only existed in the ancient records, it was too famous. Even the Zhuo couple, who were calm and steady, heard of it far and wide. They were 30% fearful, 30% fearful, and 40% fearful. Zhu Yan's face was full of grievances, but he didn't dare to express his anger. He could feel that the strength of the man and woman in front of him had reached the pinnacle of the world. Any one of them could beat him into a meatball. Even if he hadn't gone through the previous ordeal, and his strength hadn't been damaged, he still couldn't defeat them. Not to mention that the two of them were of the same spirit and branch, so he couldn't afford to offend them. Dad, what do you think of his combat strength? Is it okay? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. Okay. Zhuo Changlu sized him up carefully. It's more than okay. This Brother Zhu is more than a little stronger than your teacher Qin. But his potential seems to have reached its limit? Amazing. Zhu Yan was sincerely convinced. He had seen powerful people who could tell at a glance that his potential was reaching its limit. But the one in front of him was far weaker than those people. His eyesight was really good. Although I don't know why Brother Zhu's body was so severely injured that you had to use your life potential to heal it. And although you seem to have recovered, and your combat strength hasn't decreased too much, without the help of heaven-defying luck, your potential would have been exhausted very quickly. Your lifespan is running out. Zhuo Changlu didn't hide his pity at all. Zhu Yan said miserably. It's because I know this that I need to meet my savior. Only then can I have a chance to improve. Zhuo Changlu muttered. The legendary beast of misfortune wants to meet your savior. Why did these words sound more and more wrong? Dad, his strength. You'll know after you spar with him. Zhuo Zhanglu felt extremely regretful. So he said in a deep voice, given his strength, it's not impossible for him to become another trump card. But he has consumed too much of his essence. So he's destined to never return to his peak. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, just like with Qin Fangyang, Zhuo Chenglu personally fought with Zhu Yan in the Tower of Annihilation. Zhu Yan took the first blow from Zhuo Chenglu with his origin primordial cultivation base, and the second blow from Zhuo Chenglu with his peak origin primordial cultivation base. It took. No, it didn't take the third blow. When it came to the third move, Zhuo Zhonglu circulated his cultivation at the intermediate stage of the golden immortal realm and converged his might into his palm. This palm strike sent the Zhuyan ape flying. Then, it was met with Zhuo Zhonglu's storm-like beatings. Zhu Yan struggled to hold on and parried the blows reluctantly, but the force that landed on its body was too heavy, and too painful. Finally he wailed, "Stop hitting me, stop hitting me." Zhuo Chenglu stopped, looking more and more disappointed. It shouldn't be like this. Brother Zhu, your reputation as the beast of misfortune is well deserved. What happened to you? Not only has your strength regressed, but you've also lost your potential? How much of your life force have you lost? You've been hiding in the astral souls for so many years. How can you be so weak when you suddenly reappear? Zhuo Chenglu's words revealed undisguised anger and disappointment. Zhu Yan was now on his side. No matter what, the beast of misfortune's reputation could be ignored for the sake of its strength. However, it should have been a more powerful trump card. But it couldn't reach that stage now. Even if it was a trump card, the effect it could play was minimal. It couldn't play much of a role. This was too much of a blow. What happened? Beasts hide at the bottom of the valley. Pots come from the sky. Pots come one after another, one after another. My inner core, my blood, my brain matter, they were all eaten by Teacher Qin. Eaten and even digested. And it was the heavenly Tao that helped him digest them. Scarlet Ape felt so wrong that it wanted to die. Do you think I want to? With my foundation and cultivation, it's a piece of cake for me to live for another few million years. But I only have 1,000 years left now. What can I do? When everyone heard this, they were all stunned on the spot. They turned to look at Qin Fangyang, who hadn't talked much about this. Only then did they know about this. But why did they look at Qin Fangyang with a confused expression? Although Qin Fangyang knew that Zhu Yan had saved him, he really didn't know how he had been saved. As for what he had eaten, he didn't know either. After all, he had been unconscious the whole time. Who would have thought that he had eaten Zhu Yan's brain, as if it were tofu pudding. Zhuo Chenglu sighed. Only now did he understand that Zhu Yan's foundation, which spanned the ancient times and even the present, had been damaged so much. It turned out that it had helped Qin Fangyang in such an extreme way. It was no wonder. Looks like this is the only trump card. Zhuo Chenglu sighed inwardly. Dad, what do you say? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked rather eagerly. In his opinion, given Zhu Yan's strength and foundation, he should be able to help Zhuo Chenglu a lot if he stayed by his side, right? At the very least, he should be able to block a blow in a life and death situation. Brother Zhu should stay by your side, Zhuo Zhonglu said after pondering for a long time. Stay by my side? Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little puzzled. If he stays by my side, I'll just have one more bodyguard. He may not be able to do anything. Zhuo Chenglu sighed softly. But if he stays by your side, he may have one more trump card, one more karma, or even one more good fortune. He looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo meaningfully. Son, go ahead and do it. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded thoughtfully. Let go and do it. These 4 words were commendable. Also, your team should have a code name, so that it can be included in the unified organization of the higher-ups, Zhuo Chenglu said. What do you think we should name our team? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. Everyone immediately perked up at the mention of this topic. Since the minister had spoken, it meant that everyone would have a formal organization from now on. This was no small matter. Once their team's name was confirmed, they would officially appear in the Forest of the Strong. Moreover, it would be even better if the minister himself came up with a name for our little group. It would be infinite glory, Zhuo Chenglu said. Regarding this name, it's still up to you guys to name it. Remember to be more careful. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room seemed to have exploded into an uproar. Paparazzi, Zuo shouted excitedly. Get lost. 14 people said in unison. I think Long Xiu team is good. The leader of the dragons, a unique branch. Long Yuxing said. Get lost. Let's make it simpler. Let's call it Xiaolong team. There are many dragons in our team. Li Chenglong Long Yuxing. There are many. Li Chenglong said leisurely. Get lost. Success team. No, it's too vulgar. Awesome team. Get lost. Pretty girl team. How can that be? Tianya team. No. Fengyan team. Too vulgar. Nightmare team. Nightmare team. It's okay, but I feel like it's missing something. Immortal team. Get lost. Sea Death team. Get lost as far as the sun goes. Deity team. Get lost. Vulgar. Justice team. What the hell? What the hell is wrong with your brain? 15 heads gathered together, and there was a heated discussion. Zhuo Chonglu, Wu Yuding, and Qin Fengyang all looked helpless. Just listening from the side was enough for the three of them. What kind of lousy names are these? Zhuo Chonglu even wanted to break the deadlock. He wanted to give a name directly. Finally, Gao Qiaoer came up with a more reliable name. How about Hidden Dragon Team? Hidden Dragon rises from the abyss, or Leap in the Chuan. At least it's a good name, right? As soon as the name came out, Zuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the others immediately cheered loudly. However, it also aroused fierce opposition from Li Changming, Yu Moyan, and the others. Long Yuxing's reaction was especially fierce. He continued to insist on the name Long Xiu Team, Hidden Dragon Team. Then it would all belong to you Hidden Dragon High Martial Artists. Everyone has their own opinions. How about we name it after Zhuo? Let's call it Duo Team. After all, we only gathered together because of Zhuo. Zhen Piapiao said. Everyone shook their heads. No, it's not domineering enough. Then, the names proposed in the next round were still rejected one by one. There were all kinds of objections, and they came one after another. It's not profound enough. It's not domineering enough. It's not bold enough. It's not elegant enough. It's not elegant enough. It's not elegant enough. Qin Fengyang, who was listening at the side, was about to fall asleep. He couldn't wait to drag these guys out and beat them up. Seeing that these guys were still chattering away, he finally said weakly, This isn't enough, that isn't enough. You might as well call yourselves the Insufficient Brigade. Qin Fengyang's original intention was to tease them. However, as soon as this sentence came out, Zuo Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. This name is not bad. Li Chenglong seemed to be deep in thought. The meaning is profound. It proves that no matter how many contributions we make, no matter how many enemies we kill, no matter how many treasures we have, we still feel that it's not enough. Long Yuxing frowned and his eyes lit up. Yes, no matter how far we go, we will always feel that it's not enough. In short, all the things we have or will get in this world are far from enough. The more he explained, the more everyone felt that this name was really good. So, we'll call it Duo Team. Zuo Xiaoduo made the final decision and was very proud. This was because he felt that the word enough had the same pronunciation as dog. This also meant that this was his team. Moreover, it seemed that they hadn't realized that their names were embedded in it. Duo Team was also a dog, right? Duo Team. Yes, the more the better. The more the better. No matter what it was, the more the better. This was the true meaning of this name. It was indeed profound and meaningful. Therefore, under the absolute advantage of 10 people agreeing, 3 abstaining, and Zhuo Xiaoyan and Gao Qiao, or strongly opposing, the 15 people named it Duo Team. This also meant that the dog-catching team, which would become famous in the galaxy in the future, was officially established today. We are Duo Team. Zuo Xiaoduo laughed and announced solemnly, I'm Zuo Xiaoduo, the captain of the Duo Team. It means that everything is not enough, and we must do more. I'm Li Chenglong, the deputy captain and military advisor of the Duo Team. After Li Chenglong finished, he hurriedly added, Sister Nian is the wife of the captain. Her status is equal to the captain. She also has a veto power, and can reject the captain's decision. Swollen was very cowardly. He even came up with a veto power. This was to make sure that Zuo Xiaoduo would not dare to oppose. nor did he have the ability to do so. After all, this supreme captain was only effective on Zhuo Duo. Gao Qiao, was very resistant to this title. She was very depressed, but it was a foregone conclusion. She could only say, "I'm Gao Qiao, the general manager of the duo team." Then Long Yuxing and the other members signed up one by one. They were all very excited and arrogant. They all began to fawn on Li Chenglong, the deputy captain and military advisor. They ignored their dignity and flattered him. As for Zhuo Xiaoduo, the captain of the duo team, everyone ignored him. This guy was just a decoration. Don't bother. Now, I, the deputy captain and military advisor, will arrange the members of the team, Li Chenglong said proudly. Swollen, I think you should change your name. No, change your name. You should call yourself deputy captain and military advisor cheap, Zhuo Xiaoduo said coldly. Zhuo Xiaoduo emphasized a certain word. Li Chenglong modestly stretched out his hand and said, Zhuo, are you going to arrange the members of the team yourself? Then please. Zhuo Xiaoduo subconsciously shut his mouth. He turned his head and talked to Zhuo Xiaonian. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not have the ability to arrange the members according to the overall combat strength, that the situation was better than the person. He could only avoid the topic and pretend that he did not hear it. Heh, weak chicken. Li Chenglong mocked. Hee, let's compare notes later. I'll let this weak chicken practice with you, deputy captain. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Boss, I'm wrong. Li Chenglong immediately prostrated himself. His attitude changed completely. Li Chenglong began to arrange the team after a long quarrel. Based on the principle that husband and wife teams should not be separated. The team arrangement is as follows. Zhuo and sister-in-law will be a team. The captain will be paired with the supreme captain. It's a strong team. The first team is the strongest team in the team. It can be separated at any time, and each of you can rush to the rescue. It's the mobile two-man team in the team. Everyone nodded their heads repeatedly to express their agreement. No one had any objections to this. In fact, if Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian hadn't rushed to the rescue in the Battle of the Dragon's Vein, it would have been very difficult for the team to have a complete lineup of 15 people. Me, Xiang Bing, Xiang Chong, Zhan Xuejuan, and I will be the team leader, Li Chenglong said. Everyone pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. This choice was also within reason. Although Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, and Zhan Xuejuan each had their own strengths, they were all simple-minded players. Li Chenglong looked at them, as if he was looking at three pigs, that they complemented each other perfectly, and were intricately linked. Gao Qiao, Long Yuxing, Wan Li Xiao, Yu Moyan and Du Guyan will be a team of 5. Whether it's a long-range attack, close combat, or assassination, there will be suitable people. Gao Qiao, will be the team leader of this team. Everyone still felt that the allocation of members in Gao Qiao's team was very reasonable. Gao Qiao's calculation ability was not much inferior to Li Chenglong's. With her watching and Long Yuxing's assistance, it was more than enough to deal with most situations, even if it was not foolproof. Li Zhongming, Yuyan Zhen Piapiao. Ahem, I almost forgot about you. Pai Bao, the 4 of you will be a team. Yuyan will be the team leader, Li Chenglong said. Pai Bao rolled his eyes. He had the urge to pinch Li Chenglong until his eyes rolled back. Why did this guy always add the word again when he called him? It was fine if he forgot. His presence was already low, but adding the word again was like adding a knife to his wound. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others thought that it made a lot of sense. Yu Yan'er was meticulous and was especially sensitive to danger. With Zhen Piapiao as her best friend, it was even harder to miss. Pai Bao was a natural shadow assassin and long-range archer. He could hide in the dark and could be said to be the greatest protection in the dark. Li Zhongming's great dream divine skill was almost unheard of. Once it was activated, no one could escape from Pai Bao's sniping. This team could be said to be a team of absolute death. Of course, the premise of this ultimate team was that they could not meet an opponent who was much stronger than them. Li Zhongming was not just digging his own grave by activating the great dream divine skill against an opponent who was much stronger than him. He was basically committing suicide. However, As long as Pai Bao was left outside, he could keep a powerful mouthpiece and help. At this point, the 4 teams have been assigned. On the other side, Zhou Chonglu, Qin Fengyang, and the others nodded secretly. Although it seemed like a simple grouping, when thinking about everyone's character, combat strength, weapons, habits, if one was not familiar with these people, it would be difficult to make such a detailed division. This Li Qinglong was truly a talent. He was not someone who only knew how to talk big and talk on paper. Then, what about me? A silly and weak voice came from one side. The one who spoke was Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan felt wronged. You asked me to follow this Swa. So I am a member of the team. Why am I not part of the group? Are you treating me like I don't exist? Li Qinglong came to his senses immediately, but his expression did not change. He said seriously, Brother Zhu, your position is the most important, so I have to emphasize it. That's why I saved it for last. Oh, normally, you will move with the main group. However, when it's time to split into groups, you will be divided according to the strength of the enemy. You will go to whichever group is under the most pressure. You will be the strongest backup, and also the key to providing reinforcements in all directions. Li Qinglong said with certainty. Zhu Yan was instantly delighted, and even intoxicated. So you didn't forget about me. I am so important. It feels so good to be valued and needed. Zhou Xiaoduo coughed and almost laughed out loud. He quickly buried his head in Zhou Xiaoyan's hair and coughed twice. As the person who knew Li Qinglong the best in this world, Zhou Xiaoduo certainly knew. Even though Li Qinglong was behaving so well right now, he definitely did not regard Zhu Yan as the strongest reserve team just now. Instead, he had completely forgotten about it. It was even worse than ignoring Pai Bao on a daily basis. He had completely forgotten about it. Not enough team. We are open for business today. Zhou Xiaoyan grabbed Zhou Xiaoduo and pinned him to the ground. She said proudly, Grand Captain of the dog catching team, I have captured a puppy. Chapter 1263. On the second day, Qin Fengyang's appointment letter came down. He was parachuted into Phoenix City's No. 2 high school as the principal, and the original principal Li Changjiang was demoted to the executive vice principal. He was still in charge of the school's affairs. Li Changjiang's treatment was promoted by 2 ranks, and he was given the same treatment as the vice principal of a high school as a consolation. The meaning was very clear. Qin Fengyang was only there in name. The actual management was still Li Changjiang's, that as long as Qin Fengyang returned to Phoenix City, he would be in charge. In the past 2 days, Shangjing had been struck by thunderbolts. One by one, the aristocratic families have been dealt with, and stripped of all their privileges. Countless aristocratic family members had been thrown into the Dare to Die prison because they were held accountable for their crimes. The so-called Dare to Die prison was a Dare to Die unit. Once there was a war, these prisoners would be the first to rush to the most dangerous place. They weren't afraid of betrayal, escape, or counterattack. After all, there were law enforcement teams behind them. Once they achieved a certain level of merit, they could leave the team and become an ordinary person. However, most of them, or rather, 100% of them, died on the battlefield. They obtained a clean name after death, and their families and children wouldn't be implicated. Of course, there were also more than 4,000 aristocratic family members and martial artists who were sentenced to death. On the execution ground, a large amount of blood accumulated and flowed into a small river. This time, no matter how many years had passed, those who had manipulated, used unspoken rules, or schemed against others were all dealt with. Heads rolled. Blood filled the sky. When the news first spread, there were still people discussing it on the internet. However, as more and more people were killed, more and more aristocratic family members fell from grace, and more high-ranking officials were implicated. Gradually, the whole continent was shocked. No one said anything about it anymore. Whether it was in reality or on the internet, there was complete silence. Of course, it wasn't that there were no comments at all. It was just that, compared to the previous heated discussion, there was less than 90%. After that, the Sky Surveyor Throne and Emperor Zhaixing jointly issued a statement. The ancestors' fame and achievements are not the capital for the future generations to commit crimes and abuse their power. Meritorious deeds must be rewarded, and the 3 generations will be protected. Crimes must be punished, and there will be no leniency. The whole continent was in fear and trepidation. Just as Shangjing was about to raise the butcher's knife, the minister and his wife returned to the Sun and Moon Pass. Qin Fengyang went to pay a visit to the Liu family. That night he set off, robbing the rich and giving to the poor. On the other hand, Zhou Xiaoduo and his group of 15 people, along with the demonic beast Juyan, returned to Fenghai. In the past few days, Zhou Xiaoduo had gone around the continent and collected hundreds of thousands of tons of Astral Soul's jade powder. At the same time, he also collected a large batch of heavenly secret orders and put them all into his space ring. Jin Yunqing's cultivation had improved greatly during this period of time. He had successfully entered the origin core realm, but regarding his situation, Zhou Xiaoduo chose to ignore him and let him grow freely. Instead, he quietly observed his future. Long Yusheng and the others were still enrolled in the Martial Arts Academy. They had gone to the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy in the name of advanced studies. Oh, there was one more thing that needed to be mentioned. When they parted, Zhou Xiaoduo had given the red spider lily to Qin Fengyang. Teacher Qin, it's still up to you to decide when the old principal will regain his memories, or if he will regain them. As for whether to tell the Liu family about this, it's also up to you to decide. Zhou Xiaoduo said seriously, we will support your decision unconditionally. Qin Fengyang still remembered that time when he received the red spider lily very carefully. His expression was unprecedentedly complicated. He seemed to have pondered for a long time before he finally put the red spider lily into his space ring and left without a word. If I find her and restore her memories, how unfair would it be to her parents in this life? If I find her and don't restore her memories, then what's the point of looking for her? For a moment, Qin Fengyang's heart was extremely complicated. It couldn't be described with words alone. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others naturally understood his feelings. However, understanding was one thing, and they couldn't help him. Everything would ultimately be decided by Qin Fengyang himself. When Zhou Xiaoduo and the others returned to Fenghai Hidden Dragon High School, they received an unprecedentedly warm welcome. The entire Hidden Dragon High School was like a new year, welcoming the returning students. Yi Chongqing and the others were all smiling like flowers. From today onwards, Hidden Dragon High School was the #1 school in the entire Astral Souls continent. It was unshakable. However, there was one thing that made Yi Chongqing, Wen Xingtian, and the others feel awkward. Among the higher-ups of Hidden Dragon High School, Yi Chongqing had the highest cultivation. Currently, his cultivation had only just broken through to the Sky Soar realm. However, these students were all genuine Sky Soar realm pinnacle cultivators. Therefore, when Zhou Xiaoduo bashfully made a request with a bashful smile on his face, no one said anything. Thanks to the school's nurturing, the teacher's love and earnest guidance, this student has today's achievements. Now, I would like to spar with the teachers and the principal to verify the level of my cultivation. This will encourage me to move forward. This seemingly reasonable request caused Yi Chongqing and Wen Xingtian's faces to stiffen. They didn't say anything for a long time. What spar? What encouragement? You clearly want to use this opportunity to beat us up, right? This is a blatant revenge. The two looked at each other. In the end, Wen Xingtian sat on a chair and said, since you're a student, I'll sit here and let you hit me a few times. Let's see if you can make me move. If you can, then hit me with all your strength. When Yi Chongqing saw this, he felt that this was a good idea. He immediately followed suit and sat on a chair. I also want to see how hard your fists are now. Can you make your teachers vomit blood? Facing these two shameless teachers and the principal, what could Zhou Xiaoduo do? He could only concede defeat and retreat. I can't make you move. Ha ha ha. I don't think you can make me move either. After a sumptuous feast, Zhou Xiaoduo and the others returned to their villa to study. Right now, there were no teachers left to teach them. At least, there weren't any hidden dragon experts. However, they couldn't give up on improving their strength. As for going to the battlefield, that was impossible. With the current situation, how could they let these fellows go to the battlefield? These fellows destroyed the enemy's army one by one. How could the UMNO alliance bear such a loss? You'd better cultivate in the rear. Leave the front. To us. As time passed, the Tower of Annihilation continued to strengthen. Zhou Xiaoduo and the other's strength continued to improve. The Huahuang sword, the God-slaying spear, Xiao, by Jiu Ice Spirit, and the other's strength also improved by leaps and bounds because of the countless treasures of heaven and earth. Everyone knew that time was tight, so they weren't stingy with their cultivation. All of them used the best resources to aid their cultivation. That time passed slowly. On the side of the Sun-Moon Pass, when Yu Dongtian passed by, he suddenly noticed that there was a battle nearby. Why is there a battle here? Yu Dongtian couldn't help but wonder. This place was originally a training ground. Logically speaking, it wasn't rare for a battle to occur. However, during this period of time, it could be said to be a full-scale battle that continued without stopping. This place had been abandoned for a long time. Excited to see the hunt, Yu Dongtian actually felt a little surprised the moment he saw it. On the other side, there were two women. One was dressed in white, the other in blue. They were fighting side by side against a pack of dissolving soul wolves. They rushed left and right, shouting and fighting fiercely. Both of them were injured, but they were exceptionally calm. There wasn't the slightest hint of panic. Yu Dongtian didn't expect to see two women training and fighting here. Originally, the number of female cultivators at the border was far less than the number of male cultivators. But with his tens of thousands of years of experience, it was no longer rare. However, this kind of battle between two women against many high-level giant beasts was still unprecedented. He couldn't help but be interested. One had to know that although these dissolving soul wolves were not high-level monsters, each of them had the strength of a high-level divine reigning cultivator. And Yu Dongtian found that this pack of dissolving soul wolves had the strength of a wolf king. It was the standard strength of a divine reigning cultivator, that facing such a lineup, an ordinary divine reigning cultivator would probably be torn apart and eaten without leaving a trace. And these two women, their strength was only SOSO. Not only did they have the courage to fight, but they were also able to attack and defend. Just based on this point, it was worthy of praise. After a while, the situation of the two women became more and more dangerous. They began to retreat step by step, but they still had a target and did not lose their order. Seeing the sword light flickering, the two figures slowly retreated, gradually retreating into a cave. The cave only had a very small entrance. One person and one sword could guard it tightly. Under such circumstances, if the pack of wolves wanted to continue to attack, they could only go up one at a time. Even if two wolves joined forces, they couldn't do it. But in this way, the so-called attack was just delivering food. Seeing this, the wolf king at the back let out a long howl. The surrounding wolves changed to bombarding the cave, intending to destroy the terrain and then annihilate them. But after the previous reinforcement, the mountain range beside the Sun-Moon Pass was extremely sturdy. How could this pack of wolves, who were at most in the divine reigning realm, break it? The pack of wolves tried for a while, but seeing that it was useless, they retreated. At the right time, a voice from the cave entered Yu Dongtian's ears. "How are you?" "I'm okay. I just deliberately suffered that little injury. Nothing else." "I'm about the same." "Deliberately suffered that little injury?" Yu Dongtian's eyes immediately flashed with a touch of admiration. The pack of wolves was still wandering around, unwilling to leave. The smell of blood here was very strong. Not only was it the blood of the wolves killed by the two women, but the corpses of the wolves that had been killed had been torn apart and eaten by their own kind. Even their inner cores had been swallowed by their own kind. A large amount of blood flowed everywhere. Naturally, it was exceptionally bloody. But they still did not leave. Chapter 1264. Because every 10 minutes or so, there would be some food that emitted a strong fragrance flying out of the cave. Not only were they nutritious, they were also 100 times more delicious than the corpses of their own kind. The wolves were obviously reluctant to leave, so they left unwillingly. Obviously, Those were thrown out by the two girls. They were rearing wolves and not letting them leave. They were using the wolves to train. Although Yu Dongtian praised them, he already knew the fate of these two girls. In the long run, they would definitely not be able to outlast the wolves. Half an hour later, the two girls rushed out again and started fighting with the wolves again. The wounds on the two girls' bodies had already healed. The bodies of high-level martial artists recovered very quickly, not to mention that they had deliberately injured themselves. Naturally, they recovered very quickly. This time, the two girls were still caught off guard and were bitten by the wolves. Fresh blood spurted out, and the smell of blood immediately dispersed. Immediately, more wolves pounced on them. The two girls started a new round of fierce battle. Obviously, they were using their own blood to create an illusion for the wolves, thinking that they could take them down if they put in more effort. On the other hand, they took advantage of this life and death environment to constantly train and improve their martial skills, improving bit by bit. And this kind of method, this kind of ruthlessness, even if Yu Dongtian saw it, he would be speechless. Even if it was a group of desperados in the army who came to train, they would rarely play so ruthlessly, let alone two girls. The attacks of the soul-transforming wolves were unusually sharp and fast. The wolves gathered more and more, gradually accumulating to more than 1,000 wolves. It was almost as if there were wolves in all directions, all attacking. Under such an atmosphere, the situation of the two girls inevitably became more and more difficult. After fighting for a while, blood splattered everywhere. The two girls retreated again, and once again retreated towards the direction of the cave. But this time, the entrance of the cave was already occupied by a few wolves, forming a pincer attack from the front and back. The soul-dissolving Wolf King was already at the Return Profound Realm, and had considerable intelligence. Being tricked by the geographical advantage once was already the limit. How could it be tricked again and again? At this moment, it had already set up a backup plan. If the two women were really seriously injured, it would be impossible for them to break through this encirclement, let alone return to the cave to regain the geographical advantage. But the two girls only acted after planning, and still had some strength left. Yu Dongtian watched the two girls at the last moment, exerting all their strength, and risking their lives to fight back the wolves. Almost relying on the last bit of strength, they finally rushed back into the cave and escaped. Then fragrant pieces of meat began to fly out of the cave. But each piece of meat was very small, scattered all over the huge ground. The fragrance of meat and fragrant filled the air. All the wolves who had a share of the meat became even more anxious. These were too small. Not to mention filling their stomachs, they could barely fill the gaps between their teeth. Compared to their well-developed digestive systems, it was not even worth mentioning. However, the taste was too enchanting and tempting, making the wolves unable to stop themselves. After a while, the two girls rushed out again. Yu Dongtian quietly left. The two girls were here to train, and they planned before acting. These rounds of fierce battles, including deliberately getting injured and retreating, proved this point. There was nothing to say. One was only at the peak of the Royal God Realm, and the other was only at the high level of the Royal God Realm. Their courage was commendable, and their ruthlessness was also admirable. But in the end, they were still just two good-looking ants. Well, that was it. But the charm and appearance of one of them, that made Yu Dongtian's heart, which had not changed for thousands of years, suddenly have some ripples. 2 days later, he thought of that familiar charm in his heart, that Yu Dongtian could not resist, and passed by this place again. The battle was still going on there. Those two girls were still training, not resting. Yu Dongtian quietly went over again, that he saw that the two girls were still back to back, covered in blood. And the wolves in front of them were increasing, and the corpses of the wolves nearby were also increasing. Yu Dongtian glanced at it casually, but he was slightly shocked. Because that white-clothed girl was already at the Return Profound Realm, and that blue-clothed girl had also advanced to the peak of the Royal God Realm. It could be seen that she was now in the stage of repeatedly compressing her true energy, but he did not know how many times she had compressed it. Although her cultivation had improved, with the increase of the wolves, and among the wolves, There were obviously several alpha wolves participating in the battle, and several wolf kings commanding. The battle was much more difficult than before. Her progress is quite fast. But like this, how long can she last? How many days can she last? She is overestimating herself. Yu Dongtian touched his chin. Logically speaking, if this kind of extreme training mode could effectively promote cultivation, it would have considerable reference value, and could even be considered to be popularized. Although there were many wolves around the Sun Moon Pass, to provide this kind of training atmosphere, at most 2 groups was already the limit. So this kind of training atmosphere, at least for now, was very difficult to replicate. Yu Dongtian quietly stood in the void, looking at the white-clothed girl below, brandishing her sword, leaping, killing, clashing, her eyes, her figure, her charm. And at every critical moment, biting her plump lips. This familiar action, this inexplicable sense of familiarity, that he raised his head, staring at the endless void, and suddenly felt very lonely in his heart. Fenghua, why does my heart feel so sour? At the right time, Yun Zhonghu sent a message over, asking him to deal with the matter. Yu Dongtian did not say anything, turned and left. For a big shot like him, stopping to watch was already the limit, and it was very rare to see more. Another 2 days passed. Yu Dongtian passed by again, not because it was convenient, but because he was curious, and wanted to see if the 2 girls were still there. Could they have been eaten by the wolves? Yu Dongtian was apprehensive, but also somewhat self-deprecating. 2 little girls, little ants that look a little better, can actually make me worry about them. Going over to take a look, the 2 girls were still fighting, but the current situation was getting more and more tragic. The Wolf King had already begun to participate in the battle, constantly waiting for an opportunity to strike. With the Wolf King's participation in the battle, the 2 girls' injuries became more serious, and were already covered in scars and bruises. What was also clear was that the 2 girls seemed to have reached the tipping point of exhaustion, and this kind of tipping point meant that they had improved. Even if they could not break through the realm, at least in terms of physical strength and potential, they could greatly improve. Therefore, the 2 girls did not retreat half a step, and instead became more and more excited and tenacious. As the fierce battle continued, the wolf claws that were like sharp blades constantly scratched the 2 girls' bodies. And at this time, there was naturally no time to bandage the wounds, and they could only let the blood splatter continuously as the battle continued. Finally, after another eruption, the 2 girls rushed out of the encirclement again, and returned to the cave to rest for a while. Yu Dongtian knew that the 2 girls had broken through a limit, but he was stunned in the air, and his mind was thinking. The white-clothed girl's final move, her eyes suddenly became cold and fierce, and her cold temperament suddenly dispersed, that it made him feel absent-minded. He actually felt like he was dreaming. In this world, were there really people who were so similar? The conversation in the cave naturally could not escape Yu Dongtian's ears. How long has it been? About 1.5 months. This 1.5 months is really worth it. A girl's voice was very cold, mixed with a lot of gratification. It's really quite difficult. Another voice. No choice. My disciple is now at the peak of returning profound. As her master, I only have this bit of strength. It's really a bit embarrassing. That cold voice laughed bitterly. No matter what, I can't lose face for my disciple. Even if it's a loss of face, it can't be too much. No wonder you're so desperate. Before I came, you've already been here for 2 months, right? No, previously I was fighting in front of the troops, and only came here when the troops in front of me were not fighting. The white-clothed girl said indifferently. Don't be too pressured. You haven't slept for 10 days in these 4 months, right? It just so happens that you've broken through a limit now. Have a good rest. I'll guard you for a night. Okay. The white-clothed girl was not pretentious, and fell asleep right away. In less than 7 or 8 seconds, there was already the sound of a kitten snoring. This little snoring sound was inexplicably very intimate. Yu Dongtian suddenly had some feelings. Sitting at the top of the mountain, thinking of his past, looking up at the sky, an inexplicable sense of loneliness rose from the bottom of his heart. The white clouds were leisurely, the breeze was gentle, And in the distance, there was an almost inaudible battle. Nearby, there were white clouds and wind, red flowers and green grass. The sun rose and the moon set, the sun rose and the moon rose. An afternoon passed in the blink of an eye. The night was deep. The bright moon, the deep galaxy. It's exactly the same galaxy and starry sky as back then. Yu Dongtian looked at the starry sky in a daze, only feeling that his heart was like a great tide. How many people have left forever under this unchanging scenery? Thinking of the past, how many brothers, friends and comrades are still with me? How many people can I still remember? Yu Dongtian sat quietly like a statue, and could not help but ponder. Perhaps he should find more opportunities to drink with little Tiger, Nan Zhengqian, and the others. Perhaps. At this time, the sound of battle came from the valley again, and a wolf howl suddenly sounded, shaking the heavens and earth. A silver light flashed, and a silver wolf the size of a house suddenly joined the battle. It was the overlord of the wolf pack that had not made a move yet. Soul-dissolving wolf emperor. Clearly, this wolf emperor was nervous, and many wolf kings of the wolf packs had made a move. Furthermore, they had caused considerable damage to the enemy. This kind of result was enough to make them covet its position, and as a king, it had to establish its might, and the best way to do so was to kill these two girls. This was something that the other wolves had not been able to do. At the very least, it had to kill one of them. Killing one of them was enough. The silver light continued to flicker, causing the entire world to transform into a silver wave, and condensing together with the wolf emperor. Its might was earth-shattering. This was the power of the soaring heavens. This wolf emperor was already at the soaring heavens realm. When the thousands of wolves saw this shocking scene, they all stopped their attacks and howled towards the sky. Under the attack of the wolf emperor, the two girls had no chance of survival. The white-robed girl howled and blocked in front of the blue-robed girl with her sword and shouted, "You back off!" Her voice was firm, and could not be disobeyed. "This matter cannot be done, but we can't all die here. Let's go." As she spoke, she patted the blue-robed girl's shoulder, and a gentle force pushed the blue-robed girl away. Following that, she leaped up, and she had already used the technique of becoming one with her sword. A vast and mighty sword light was like a rolling cylinder, and it was like a thunderbolt in the night sky, suddenly illuminating the night sky. At the same time, the white-robed girl's dantian and meridian swelled, and countless amounts of blood suddenly spurted out. Even her graceful body showed signs of swelling, and it was obvious that she had overdrawn the potential of her life and soul, fusing it all into this sword. With her strength, it was impossible for her to contend against the wolf emperor. Only by using the power of the fusion of essence, energy, and spirit could she fight for a way out for her companions. Yu Dongtian could see through this with a single glance. Very clearly, the white-robed girl had also done the same, resolutely and resolutely. Yu Dongtian suddenly felt a surge of warmth in his heart. At this moment he suddenly thought of his wife, Nian Fenghua. Back then Goddess Fenghua had also died in a similar situation. Back then, she was protecting 2 legions. Right now, this white-robed girl was protecting her companions. Perhaps the consequences were different, but the nature was the same. Back then, his wife was also always dressed in white, looking elegant and otherworldly. Back then, Nian Fenghua also said the same thing. "This matter cannot be done, we can't all die here. Let's go." This short word was the only sound Nian Fenghua left at the last moment of his life. Yu Dongtian's blood suddenly boiled, and in a flash he dashed out. With one hand, he grabbed the white-robed girl who was about to explode, and with an extremely pure spiritual energy, he instantly sealed her energy that was about to explode and dispersed it. Then with his other hand, he suddenly slapped down. "All of you die for me." With a muffled boom, a huge palm with a radius of more than 10,000 meters fell from the sky, instantly turning all the wolves in the area into meat patties, including the Skysoar Realm Wolf Emperor. At this moment, Yu Dongtian's body was boiling with killing intent. It was just like when he had taken revenge for his wife. He had annihilated a legion of the Umno Alliance with a single slap. The blue-robed girl, who had been pushed away by the white-robed girl, also flew over with no regard for her own safety. "Yin Yan, let's go together." Before she could say anything, she was already stunned on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the wolves that had covered the sky and covered the earth were all gone. All that was left on the ground were puddles of blood that were slowly dispersing. There were also some intact wolf pelts. As for her good sister, she was already in the embrace of a tall and handsome man. Under the moonlight, they slowly drifted down. Under the hazy moonlight, the blue-robed girl hugged the white-robed girl. One was handsome and tall, while the other was beautiful and had long hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. For a moment, the blue-robed girl sighed with emotion. But then she was shocked. Who is this? What kind of world-shaking cultivation is this? With a single slap, thousands of wolves were annihilated. For a moment, the blue-robed girl thought that she was dreaming. You, let go of me. At this moment of life and death, she was suddenly hugged by a man, and an extremely strong masculine aura rushed into her nostrils. The white-robed girl instinctively struggled. But then, she saw the hellish scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood caused by the man's slap. She couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, and then she coughed. She actually choked. This is too terrifying. Who is this? What are you thinking? I just want to save people. How can I have such thoughts? Yu Dongtian put down the white-robed girl. But when he saw her beautiful face, which was cold and beautiful, he was in a trance for a moment. This girl really looked like his wife. Nian Fenghua. Even though Yu Dongtian's cultivation was peerless and his state of mind was calm, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and said with a dry voice, "What's your name?" Mu Yinyan. The reason why Mu Yinyan answered so readily was probably because she knew the identity of the man in front of her. The moment she saw his face, she recognized that he was the heavenly king of the right, Yu Dongtian, the legendary top power of this world. So, she honestly said, "Mu Yinyan of Kunlun Taoism sect greets the heavenly king. Thank you for saving my life." Mu Yinyan, Yu Dongtian murmured. "This name is good, it's really nice." What? Mu Yinyan and Sister Lan on the side fell into a daze at the same time. This is what the heavenly king of the right said? Thank you, heavenly king. Mu Yinyan calmly took half a step back. What about you? My name is Lan. It's also nice. Yu Dongtian chuckled and said kindly, "Don't be shy, don't be nervous. Speaking of which, we are all of the same age." Of the same age? Mu Yinyan really couldn't help but roll her eyes. How can you say this sentence? I'm not even 200 years old this year. You are almost 20,000 years old, right? Well, the first number in front should be the same. So we are also of the same age? You are 19,000 years old. And I am 190 years old? If we take away the rounding, we are both 19 years old. If so, there is nothing wrong. After all, 0 is meaningless, right? Bullshit. You two practice very hard, Yu Dongtian said with a smile. I have seen your fights, and your progress is very fast. He said you too. But his eyes were only looking at Mu Yinyan. Sister Lan felt very uncomfortable at this moment. She said, I am going to clean up the battlefield. Then she left. After all, Yu Dongtian had a high position, and was at the top of the world. If I really said that I had a good impression of you, you should be flattered and feel honored. If you didn't accept it, you would be ignorant, and not knowing what was good for you, that it couldn't be helped. When one's status reached a certain level, a certain height, this was how it was. Mu Yinyan only felt that Yu Dongtian's eyes were peeling off all her clothes. She felt very uncomfortable and said subconsciously, I am going to clean up the battlefield too. There is no hurry. Yu Dongtian reached out and stopped her. He looked like a playboy teasing a woman on the streets. He said, we are all children of the pugilistic world. I wonder what Miss Mu's impression of me is? Mu Yinyan. What was the meaning of this? Had Heavenly King Yu's soul been possessed by someone? Was this something a Heavenly King should say? The Heavenly King of the Right said, I also don't know how to woo girls. In terms of wooing girls, I am far from the king of Zwulu and Yunzhonghu. That guy is a jerk. I am not good with words, and have never been in a relationship. What do you think of me? Am I alright? Mu Yinyan was stunned. What I mean is, why don't we get to know each other first? Yu Dongtian said passionately. Looking at this face that resembled his wife, Yu Dongtian could not control himself. Especially when he hugged her just now. That softness, that familiarity. Yu Dongtian decided that even if he embarrassed himself, he would not let her go. Since you are not saying anything, does that mean you are agreeing? Yu Dongtian said to himself. There was a hint of eagerness in his tone. Mu Yinyan wanted to say that she did not agree, but Yu Dongtian interrupted her and said, I understand. I know that there is a difference in status between us. I am high and mighty, but I am approachable and do not put on airs. We are of the same age. What is there to be afraid of? Are you worried that your sect elders will not agree? Don't worry, I will settle your sect. I did not mean that. Mu Yinyan stared and stammered. She could not say anything. We are all children of the pugilistic world. Although I am a heavenly king, I am a boar in my bones. Yu Dongtian said. Now that the war is fierce and dangerous, we do not know when accidents will happen. Let's hurry. We cannot waste time on such things. I know, I understand. I'll report this to my father and Uncle Zwa tomorrow, and ask them to make the decision for me. Don't worry. I'm not taking in a concubine, I'm marrying a wife. I'll go through all the necessary formalities. Heavenly King, Yu said considerately, don't worry. He looked at Mu Yinyan's face with shining eyes. This girl was really beautiful. Not only her appearance and figure, but also her charm. Was like Fenghua. I am not looking for a substitute. But I just want to protect her and protect her. Mu Yinyan felt confused as if she were in a dream. Her mood was complicated to a certain extent. She hadn't even said a single word. Yet her marriage had already been decided? When Sister Lan came back from cleaning up the battlefield, Yu Dongtian asked Sister Lan for a red envelope. You are the first one to congratulate me. Thank you very much. Sister Lan stared. Why did they congratulate me? What did I say or do? How did I give a red envelope out of the blue? And it became Heavenly King Yu's wedding gift. Could it be more childish? Sister Lan also began to feel confused. So the two girls followed Yu Dongtian. Cough. It should be Yu Dongtian, who drove the wind and clouds and took the two girls back. It was not much different from kidnapping. I did not agree. Mu Yinyan blushed. Are you married? No. Do you have a sweetheart? A sweetheart? A marriage contract? No. None at all. Mu Yinyan was angry. If I had a marriage contract, I would have married long ago. Since there is nothing, why don't you agree? I don't have this idea or preparation at all. It's not too late to think about it now. You can start preparing now. Two people need a process of understanding each other. I understand. Why? Why what? Yu Dongtian said eloquently. Love never needs a reason. But I am not mentally prepared now. Facing Heavenly King Yu, Mu Yinyan did not dare to talk back to him. And Yu Dongtian took advantage of this. What's wrong with oppressing people with power? As long as you become my wife, you will be harmonious in the future. I told you to start preparing your heart now. I will give you time. But I can't do it. It's simple. I will teach you. Repeat after me. From today onwards, I am Yu Dongtian's wife. Repeat it. You. Mu Yinyan was angry. Shameless. Oh my secret trait, you can see through it at a glance. You are both beautiful and intelligent. We are a match made in heaven. Chapter 1265. Then, Yu Dongtian took Mu Yinyan, whose heart was broken, back home. Yin Zhonghu, Nan Zhengxian, and Dongfang Xingyang were playing Fight the Landlord. The three of them were playing a much more proper game than Yu Dongtian. Yin Zhonghu lost 2,000 pieces of jade of astral souls in half an hour. He didn't renege on the bet, and he didn't even look embarrassed. Even if the market price of a piece of jade of astral souls was 1 billion, the king of Zwilu had already lost 200 billion. What was a tycoon? If Zhou Xiaoduo saw this, he would definitely cry. His eyes would not only turn green, they would also turn blue. With his current character of cheating, when playing Do Diju, for 100 star yuan, he reckoned that in the future, he would only be able to play against Yu Dongtian. Whoever lost would act shamelessly, and see who had the lower limit. When the three of them saw Yu Dongtian come back with two beautiful women, the king of Zwulu hurriedly threw down his cards and handed over the jade of astral souls that he lost. He asked, "You've been appearing and disappearing like a ghost these days. Who is this?" Yu Dongtian said unhappily. "What do you mean by who? You're already an adult. Why are you still so impolite? Call her sister-in-law." Yin Zhonghu's eyes bulged out of their sockets. "Sister-in-law?" Mu Yinyin was embarrassed. "No. Yin Zhonghu. Dongfang Xingyang waved the jade of astral souls that he just won. He said coldly, "Heavenly King of the Right, is your old tree about to bloom?" "Bloom your ass." Yu Dongtian scolded. "Why aren't you calling her sister-in-law? Are you blind?" Dongfang Xingyang rolled his eyes. "You didn't steal this from the bride, did you?" Yu Dongtian said. "Don't you think she looks familiar?" Dongfang Xingyang snorted. "Although she looks familiar, we can tell that she looks like your wife. That's why you're attracted to her. But she obviously doesn't want to doubt. What's the difference between this and robbing? What's the difference? You're not doing this right." Dongfang Xingyang squinted. "She obviously doesn't want to. You're forcing her." Yu Dongtian said. "I'm not forcing her. She knows that I'm shameless. She knows me very well." Dongfang Xingyang laughed and said, "You Dongfang Xingyang as a brother, I have to remind you that your great-grandson offended the minister because of a woman. It's just because it happened not long ago." Yu Dongfang Xingyang. Yu Dongtian laughed and said, "We're still at the stage of slowly building our relationship. I didn't say that we're going to do it right away. There's no rush." Dongfang Xingyang, don't jinx it. Do you think all the women in the world are related to Uncle Zhu's family? Dongfang Xingyang rolled his eyes. "As a friend, I suggest that you let her go. I can see that your 5 colors are not even. You are going to be in trouble." Yu Dongtian laughed. "My father will be happy if he sees this." Yin Zhonghu asked curiously, "Where is she from?" "She's from a sect. She has nothing to do with us." The Heavenly King of the Right laughed. "Kunlun Taoism sect Mu Yinyin. Greetings, King of Zwulu." Mu Yinyin looked at the King of Zwulu with pleading eyes. Although Marshal Dongfang and Marshal Nan were both here, they couldn't persuade the Heavenly King of the Right. Only the King of Zwulu had the power, status, and face to do so. Mu Yinyin didn't expect that she would be kidnapped one day. And the person who came to kidnap her was the Heavenly King of the Right. This really overturned everything she knew in her life. If she asked for help now, would people say that she was being pretentious? What am I thinking? Why am I having this kind of thought? Brother, you let her go. She's so pitiful. Yin Zhonghu finally persuaded. Yu Dongtian narrowed his eyes. What did you call me? Yin Zhonghu stared. Haha, tiger cub. How dare you call me brother you? How dare you lecture your brother you? Ha 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 ha. Yu Dongtian said sarcastically. Have you become stupid from sleeping with your wife in your arms every day? A full man doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. I've been a bachelor for thousands of years. It's rare for me to fall in love with someone. How dare you persuade me to continue being a bachelor? Ha ha ha. You're loyal. You're a real brother. As he spoke, he raised his thumb. Yin Zhonghu looked aggrieved. Nan Zhengxian, who didn't want to get involved in this mess, suddenly had his eyes lit up. Kunlun Taoism sect? Mu Yinyin. Mu Yinyin's eyes lit up. Hello, Marshal Nan. Do you know me? Nan Zhengxian's heart instantly bloomed with joy. Dongfang Xingyang was the best person in the art of observing aura. And he was right. If Yu Dongtian had a disaster, then there would be a disaster. Now there was a disaster, wasn't there? Yu Dongtian, you're not lucky in love this time. It's a disaster in love, you know? Damn it, it's really God's will. I've always wanted to mess with Yu Dongtian even in my dreams. Now the opportunity had come. Others might not know what was so great about the Kunlun Taoism sect, especially what the name Mu Yinyin represented. But Nan Zhengxian knew very well. He could still vividly remember how he had said, the Kunlun Taoist sect is really. Therefore, he clearly knew the name of Zhuo Xiaoyan's first teacher. Mu Yinyin. It was Mu Yinyin. Ha ha ha, the opportunity had come. Yu Dongtian's dangerous eyes had already turned to Nan Zhengxian. Little Nan, do you know her? An acquaintance? No, I don't know her. Nan Zhengxian shook his head like a rattledrum. Miss, although it's the first time you've met, the Heavenly King of the Right is really a good person. He has never done anything like bullying or kidnapping women. This time he's probably been single for too long. He's been bored. Miss, please don't mind. He laughed. I think the two of you are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Mu Yinyan looked at Nan Zhengqian in disbelief. Was this the legendary righteous martial Nan who couldn't tolerate a single grain of sand in his eyes? Sure enough, the higher the rank, the greater the power. The so-called loyalty was just that the price of betrayal was not enough. Yu Dongtian laughed and patted Nan Zhengqian's shoulder. He didn't even mind that Nan Zhengqian said he had been single for too long. He laughed and said, "Sure enough, Nan Zhengqian is my real brother." As he said, he glanced at Yin Zhonghu and murmured, "You heartless thing. I took care of you so much when you were a child, hugging you while you were peeing and shitting." Yin Zhonghu was so angry that he stuttered. "You? When did you? Pee and shitting? Get out." "Okay, I'll get out." Yu Dongtian laughed and then said to Mu Yinyan in a very polite manner, "Miss, two ladies, I'll take you to rest." As he said, he turned and left with the two ladies. Mu Yinyan looked back as she walked, and her eyes were full of indescribable pity. But she had already accepted her fate. Alas, although the world was big, how many people could control the Heavenly King of the Right? How many people would be willing to offend the Heavenly King of the Right for a weak woman like her? Since she was in trouble, she had to accept her fate. If she said anything more, it would only make people think that she was pretentious and didn't know what was good for her, and didn't know what was important. In short, it was all her fault. She had been practicing and fighting at the border, and didn't pay attention to the news at all. Naturally, she didn't know the identities of Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian. She didn't know that in today's world, there were indeed few women that the Heavenly King of the Right couldn't get. But she, Mu Yinyan, was on the list of those few people. Mu Yinyan, who didn't know the deep reason, only felt dead silence in her heart at this moment, that although I admire and respect the Heavenly King of the Right, it doesn't mean that I'm willing to marry him. I don't know anything about him, that he didn't even chase me, that he didn't even say a word of sweet words, that he didn't even give me a chance to be reserved. No matter what, I'm still a girl. For a moment she was a little depressed. She inexplicably remembered the feeling that she had for a long time. It was like a person suddenly exploded, that everything in the world disappeared, that it would be better to explode. Watching Yu Dongtian's back disappear, Nan Zhengqian also immediately left as if his butt was on fire. He even tore the void and directly disappeared with a step. Both Yin Zhonghu and Dongfang Xingyang were stunned by the urgency of the situation. Was Nan Zhengqian sick? Yu Dongtian was like this. Nan Zhengqian was like this. Couldn't they be a little bit more serious? Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding were meditating on the top of the mountain, and there were mysterious Taoist connotation flowing around them. Suddenly, Nan Zhengqian rushed up like flying. "Boss, do you have time? I hope I didn't disturb you. Something bad happened." Zhou Changlu turned his head and looked at Nan Zhengqian helplessly. Looking at this guy's expression, he must have a lot of bad intentions, and it was definitely not something serious. Regarding this, Zhou Changlu knew Nan Zhengqian very well. The most direct explanation was, if it was really urgent, he wouldn't come up and say, "Boss, do you have time?" And he wouldn't carefully say something like, "I hope I didn't disturb you." As for the last sentence, something bad happened. It was the biggest failure of all failures, and it was unnecessary. If it was really something urgent, Nan Zhengqian would only say calmly, "Boss, the Sun Moon Fortress has fallen." He wouldn't act like he was being chased by a dog, and come with a posture as if his butt was on fire. "What happened? If you have something to say, just say it," Zhou Changlu said impatiently. "Who do you want to complain about? Just say it." Wu Yuding looked at them from the side with a faint smile. "Boss, that brat Yu Dongtian snatched the bride. He snatched a woman back. The woman made it clear that she was not willing to marry him. But he snatched a woman." Nan Zhengqian wiped his sweat with his hand, showing that he had a hard time rushing here. Yu Dongtian kidnapped a woman? Wu Yuding was stunned. There's such a thing? Yes, Heavenly King Zhua and Dongfang tried to persuade Yu Dongtian again and again. but he stubbornly insisted on being such a bully. Nan Zhengqian said anxiously, "Sister-in-law, you don't know, but that girl is really pitiful." Wu Yuding snorted and said, "Yu Dongtian has been lonely for so many years, and now he finally has a woman he likes. This is also a good thing of fate. We can pretend for a while, but we're still happy to see it happen. Besides, which woman is so lucky to be chosen by Yu Dongtian? She looks good. How's her face? Is she suitable for a family? Can she give birth to a son?" Wu Yuding's identity quickly changed, and she quickly adjusted to Yu Dongtian's mother's point of view. His child seemed to be good at everything, and he had a strong protective aura, which was completely revealed. She even glanced at Nan Zhengqian. Nan Zhengqian hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, your argument is fine in most situations, but the key now is that the girl Yu Dongtian likes has a deep relationship with Yu Dongtian. She is really not suitable for you. Their families are not compatible. Do you think we are a family that cares about family background?" Wu Yuding said, "I can be the matchmaker." Cough, cough, cough. "That girl is Mu Yinyan, teacher Mu." Nan Zhengqian looked at Wu Yuding, who was full of protective aura, and whispered, "She is Nian Nian's teacher. When I said that their families are not compatible, it was actually..." "What?" Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were shocked and turned around suddenly. If it was someone else, it could be done like this, but the girl was Mu Yinyan. That was a completely different matter. If teacher Mu was forced by Yu Dongtian, how could they explain it to their daughter in the future? Although the two of them were still happy to see it happen, and hoped to facilitate this marriage, and even had the thought of persuading Mu Yinyan, they still had to take care of this matter, and treat it seriously. "We have tried to persuade him." Dongfang Zhengyang said that he was committing a crime against the wind. "Didn't the previous incident involve you, boss?" But Yu Dongtian said. Nan Zhengqian's eyes were evasive, and he wanted to say something but stopped. Wu Yuding frowned and asked gloomily, "What did he say?" Nan Zhengqian braced himself and said, "All the women in the world can't be related to the Zhuo family. I don't know how many generations of grandchildren I met, but I can't meet one too. How dare you?" Wu Yuding slapped a big rock on the top of the mountain directly into the ground. Nan Zhengqian's lips twitched. This was the Sun Moon Gate, an almost indestructible rock. "I'll go and see." Wu Yuding stood up with an angry look on her face. He's really got some guts. Not only did he kidnap a girl, he even dared to spout such arrogant words. Who is he relying on to be so presumptuous and unscrupulous? Zhuo Changlu sighed. "I'll go too." He glanced at Nan Zhengqian. "You too?" I'll go too?" Nan Zhengqian's square face was full of astonishment. "I haven't had time to laugh or be happy yet. Besides, I just told on him. Is it appropriate for me to go now? But obviously, I have to go. The three of them flashed and disappeared from the top of the mountain. The next moment, the three of them appeared in front of Yu Dongtian. Yu Dongtian was talking to Mu Yinyan. "I say, you should know me. I'm not a bad person. I really think you're pretty, and I feel a sense of familiarity. This shows that we're fated." Mu Yinyan said nothing with a cold face, as if she didn't hear him. "To tell you the truth, you look very much like my wife." Yu Dongtian sat on the stone stool in the pavilion and sighed. Whether its appearance, figure, style of dress, temperament, everything is the same. Yu Dongtian looked sad. "Don't blame me. I miss her so much. I really miss her." Yu Dongtian took a breath. "So." Mu Yinyan felt inexplicably softened, but she still said coldly, "So you treat me as a substitute for your wife?" Yu Dongtian was silent. Mu Yinyan said, "I don't want to be someone else's substitute. Even if the heavenly king of the right has a high position and power, can he ignore other people's wishes and do whatever he wants? But I won't let you go. I hope you can consider it," Yu Dongtian said. "Who won't you let go? What do you want to consider?" Wu Yuding stepped out of the void, her face full of anger. "Yu Dongtian, you've really grown up. You even dare to kidnap a bride. Are you going to poke a hole in the sky in a few days' time?" Yu Dongtian was instantly dumbfounded. Seeing Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding appear one after another, and Nan Zhengqian follow them in with a shameful face, how could he not understand everything? It turned out that there was a mole. "Nan Zhengqian, you're really good. You're so good at snitching. Where did you learn it from? I've only cheated you less than 1,000 times in my life. It seems that I'm really sorry for you. Zhuo Changlu. And Wu Yuding's current appearance was still the appearance they had when they were reincarnated into the mortal world, which was in Phoenix City. Mu Yinyan had seen them and knew them. When she saw them appear, she was also shocked and couldn't help but stand up. Brothers Hua? Sister-in-law? Why are you here? Brothers Hua and sister-in-law. As soon as he heard this title, Yu Dongtian felt his vision go dark. In an instant, he didn't even have the thought of getting even with Nan Zhengxian. His whole body went soft, and he was completely unwell. He sat down on the ground and wailed, Uncle Zhua, I really don't know. Would you believe me if I said I didn't know? When she heard the words Uncle Zhua, no matter how slow Mu Yinyan was, she knew the true identity of Zhuo Changlu and his wife. She was so shocked that she almost fainted. The minister and his wife. Teacher Mu. Wu Yuding grabbed Mu Yinyan's hand. Don't worry, I'll make the decision for you. With me here, if you don't want to, no one can force you. She looked at Mu Yinyan and felt that the familiarity in her heart was getting stronger and stronger. When she saw Mu Yinyan in Phoenix City, Wu Yuding had this feeling. But at that time, she didn't have cultivation, and her divine sense was also sealed, so she couldn't feel much. But now it seemed that the inner temperament, the ethereal charm. Really seemed like it. Wu Yuding turned her head and looked at Yu Dongtian. Why aren't you standing up, you disappointing thing? Yu Dongtian stood up listlessly with a defeated face. I admit my guilt. I'm guilty. I deserve to die. I can't be forgiven. You're not guilty. You don't deserve to die. Wu Yuding scolded him to his face. In the end, she felt sorry for him. Looking at Mu Yinyan's appearance, figure, temperament, and clothes, how could she not know why Yu Dongtian did this? Alas! Finally, she sighed and said sternly, why don't you apologize to Teacher Mu? As a heavenly king, you snatched a civilian girl. You're not as good as your great-grandson. Mu Yinyan stood up in a panic. No, it's just a misunderstanding. In fact, I. Mu Yinyan bit her lips. I'm not angry. Not angry. Wu Yuding was stunned for a moment. She was keenly aware of the strangeness of these words. I don't want to be forced. And I don't want to be anyone's substitute. So Heavenly King, right, I'm sorry. Mu Yinyan stood up and bowed to Yu Dongtian. Then she stood beside Wu Yuding. Yu Dongtian stood there in a daze. Watching Mu Yinyan walk out, he only felt that his heart was empty, as if he had fallen into a fog. At this moment, he had never missed his wife so much. He missed that figure that was as cold as the moon, and as white as snow. Ever since you left. Do you know how much I missed you? That there's no one in the world like you. That we agreed to spend the rest of our lives together. To grow old together. But you, just left so resolutely. You left resolutely, leaving me alone. Do you know how lonely I have been all these years? That I didn't ask her to stay, because I wanted to do anything. I just wanted to take a look at her similar face, and feel her cold temperament. That way, when I close my eyes, I can feel that you are still by my side. That you have never left. Zhuo Changlu left with Mu Yinyan and Sister Lan. Before leaving, Mu Yinyan couldn't help but turn back and look at the back of that dazed figure. She remembered that sentence. I really miss her. In this sentence, there was an indescribable yearning that was as deep as the mountain and the sea, as well as sadness and ecstasy. Mu Yinyan's gaze was complicated. She bit her lips and turned to leave. Are you still upset? Wu Yuding looked at Yu Dongtian. No. Yu Dongtian sighed and smiled. What's there to be upset about? It's hard to find a three-legged toad, but there are plenty of two-legged women. Plenty of them. Have you been single for so many years? Wu Yuding smiled and said, do you really like her? It's not true. Yu Dongtian said dejectedly. It's just that they are too similar. I don't want to do anything to her. I just want to see. Have you ever thought that she might be the reincarnation of Fenghua? Wu Yuding said leisurely. What? Yu Dongtian turned around like a whirlwind, and his eyes were shining with bright light. Aunt Zhuo, you also have this feeling? I'm just saying. Don't listen to the wind and the rain. It's your wishful thinking. Wu Yuding said. But Yu Dongtian's whole face was glowing. I feel. There's a chance. Otherwise, why are they so similar? Whether it's temperament, the feeling she gives me, the ruthlessness, the determination and despair. They are similar in every aspect, even the small action of biting her lips. Whether Miss Mu is the reincarnation of Fenghua or not, if you really like her, you can't treat her as Fenghua. Wu Yuding said. Why? Fenghua's soul exploded at that time. It's impossible for her to be reincarnated. Even if Miss Mu is really related to Fenghua, it's at most Fenghua's obsession. It's impossible for her to be reincarnated. Do you understand the difference? Yes. Chapter 1266. So, even if you find the red spider lily and feed it to her, she might not awaken her memories. Even if she does, it won't be Fenghua's memories. Wu Yuding said. Teacher Mu is a completely new person. He has his own independent thinking. You have to understand this. I understand. That's why you treat her as a substitute for Fenghua. That's already unfair to her. If you really like her, you have to pursue her with sincerity. Wu Yuding said. She's already made it clear that she won't accept. Yu Dongtian sighed. Which ear did you hear her say she's not willing? Wu Yuding exasperatedly said. Idiot. She said she doesn't want to be forced. She didn't say what would happen if everything goes according to plan. She said she doesn't want to be someone else's substitute, but she didn't say she doesn't want to live like someone else. You don't even understand this. I really don't know where you've been living all these years. Wu Yuding sighed. Yes, isn't that so? Yu Dongtian's eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh. So I have hope. Yes, there's a lot of hope. I understand. I'll go and pursue her now. Yu Dongtian stood up immediately. You can go later. We'll talk about it after we leave. Well, there's one more thing I have to tell you. Everything has to be based on Ms. Mu's consent. If you dare to act rashly again, I promise I'll break your legs immediately. I won't. I promise I won't. Yu Dongtian turned around and muttered. But how can I pursue her? Wu Yuding was furious. How did you pursue Fenghua back then? Weren't you the one who decided that? I didn't need to pursue her. Yu Dongtian said helplessly. Wu Yuding felt tired. So you're blaming me now? Nan Zhengxian, who had been standing at the side like a statue, volunteered to atone for his mistake. I know, I'll teach you. Yu Dongtian snorted, and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Traitor. Nan Zhengxian. Are you going to listen or not? If you tell me if you want to learn or not, I'll leave immediately. I don't believe that you can beat me to death when you get your revenge. He was actually very unyielding, and his attitude was also very firm. Yu Dongtian coughed. Help me first. What about me? Nan Zhengxian asked. If you catch up, I won't blame you. That won't do. I invited Brother Zhua and his wife here, because I was afraid that you would do something wrong. Even if your purpose is not pure, your intention is still good. You shouldn't blame me. I'm helping you now because we are friends. Not only can you not blame me, but you will also owe me a favor. Nan Zhengxian was a villain once he gained the upper hand. Okay, as long as you catch up, not only will I not blame you, but I will also owe you a favor. Is this okay? Are you serious? A gentleman keeps his word. A man keeps his word. Okay, deal. Nan Zhengxian beamed with joy. Good. Not only did he escape, but he also gained something. This trip was not in vain. Yu Dongtian thought to himself. Hee. There is a saying that when the newcomer enters the room, the matchmaker will be thrown over the wall. Nan Zhengxian. When the time comes, I will definitely not beat you or scold you. Only when the day comes, I will seal your cultivation and throw you over the wall. As for whether the other side of the wall is a public toilet of one of the Eastern and Southern armies, that's none of my business, that I'm only responsible for throwing the matchmaker over the wall. That's all. That night, Nan Zhengxian, who was eager to end this matter and gain a favor, hastily created a group and organized a pickup team. The name of the group was simple and crude. Yu Dongtian's Pickup Strategist Group. The purpose of the group was obvious: to let everyone work together and actively come up with ideas. My life. First, I'll introduce the situation. Everyone here is experienced in picking up girls, so everyone should think of a good plan. Tiger in the clouds. Nan Zhengxian. Who are you calling an experienced pickup? How dare you slander my innocence? Great son of the East. Nan Zhengxian. Who are you calling an experienced pickup? How dare you slander my innocence? Great hero of the North. Nan Zhengxian. Who are you calling an experienced pickup? How dare you slander my innocence? Westgate is very heroic. Nan Zhengxian. Who are you calling an experienced pickup? How dare you slander my innocence? My life changed to my life is really difficult. I'm really in a dilemma. Anyway, this is the situation. The question now is not whether you are interested or not. The key is how to help you Dong Tian, this old bachelor. Let's pool our wisdom and help each other. Let's help our brother. Tiger in the clouds. Why do we have to clean up your mess when you're the one who caused it? Great son of the East. You caused it. Great hero of the North. You caused it. Westgate is very heroic. You. Another round of formation. My life is really difficult. Heavenly Kings wish troops are so orderly. Even the group chat is so orderly. I'm amazed. Haha. Tiger in the clouds. What are you laughing at? Great son of the East. What are you laughing at? Formation. Still formation. My life is really difficult. I'm really lucky to be able to meet all of you in this life. Tiger in the clouds. Who are you talking about? Below, there was another row of neatly written comments. Who are you talking about? Nan Zhengxian. I'm bowing with my hands folded. Everyone, please think of a way to save me. I will owe everyone a big favor. If I don't do this well, you Dongtian will really tear me into pieces. Tiger in the clouds. What does this have to do with me? Great son of the East. What does this have to do with me? They were still in formation. My life is really difficult. I'm wailing in the voice chat. Bosses, I beg you. Great son of the East. When this guy was the Minister of Finance in Shangjing, he was so arrogant. He used a little bit of money to bully us, and didn't give us any face at all. Now this guy has finally met his end. Westgate is very heroic. Who is the Minister of Finance? Is his surname Dongfang? Everyone. Great son of the East subconsciously cursed and retorted. Seeing that there was an internal conflict, the neat formation also fell apart. Tiger in the clouds. Alright, a bunch of jokers. Let's talk about serious matters. This matter seems to be quite fun. Great hero of the North. It is indeed fun. I'm also very interested. Therefore, they began to work together to seriously come up with ideas and solutions. But after a while, I really couldn't help but leave the group chat. Everyone looked at each other and was silent for a while. After a while, the group chat was filled with laughter. Nan Jingqian's face turned purple. What kind of rotten ideas were these guys coming up with? Sir, the rice is already cooked. Are you afraid that the girl won't give in? Yu Dongtian has been single for so many years. I don't know if that thing will work. I have medicine here. Why do you have medicine? What the hell? Is this the time to ask these questions? Although it's not the time, how do you know that medicine will work? Did you use it before? Why did you use it before? A series of questions, each more vicious than the last, went straight to the softest part of the human heart. It was really vicious and ruthless. Even if he was a deity, how could he come up with anything good in such an atmosphere? Nan Zhengxian could only return to the Southern Army alone and look for his old subordinates to think of a solution. But halfway there, Tiger in the Clouds invited you to join the group chat. Fuck. Nan Zhengxian looked up to the sky and cursed. But this time, the atmosphere seemed to be more normal. Everyone really started to think of solutions and ideas. After carefully pondering over many ideas, Yu Dongtian, who felt that it was quite feasible, started to pick up girls. A few days later, Mu Yanyan was frowning in the barracks. Her face was haggard. Why don't you just give in? Sister Lan's state seemed to be worse than Mu Yanyan's. She said with a trembling voice, I can't take it anymore. Who did I offend when I had a good night's sleep? In the morning, I found myself in a sea of flowers. There were roses all around me. And they were roses with thorns. They were fragrant and beautiful. But the crux of the problem is, we two girls fell asleep, and unknowingly fell into a sea of flowers. Fortunately, we didn't sleep naked otherwise. But even so, It was not good. Who didn't have a little problem when sleeping? Grinding teeth, snoring, farting and turning over. These were not problems that only men had. And these private problems might not be known to everyone. But they were exposed in broad daylight like this. The next day, the two girls decided not to sleep. They planned to replace sleep with meditation. Originally, this was a common occurrence for high-level cultivators. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a common occurrence. However, for some unknown reason, the two girls fell asleep again. In this time, when they woke up, they found themselves in a sea of lilies. On the third day, the two gave up and went to bed early. When they woke up again, they were already tens of thousands of meters high in the sky. The stars were twinkling, extremely beautiful. The stars seemed to be within reach. In terms of artistic conception, it could be called romantic. But if one was really there and felt it, what would it feel like to wake up and find oneself tens of thousands of meters high in the sky? Just imagine it, and you will know. This was a fucking nightmare. Yu Dongtian turned romance into waves. And he was still complacent. Mu Yanyan even had the heart to die. But in these few days, the scene of self-destruction that she had seen since she was young didn't seem to appear much. Why was that? And I was clearly not willing, but subconsciously, I didn't hate it. It was as if, in his heart, there was a little person with a gentle smile on her face as she watched Yu Dongtian busying himself. Her face, which was supposed to be cold, was filled with happiness and indulgence. Full of anticipation. Let's just watch this heavenly king of the right play. See what kind of flowers he can create. If that was all, it would be fine. But heavenly king of the right was looking for a wife. How big was this? Who knew which general intentionally or unintentionally leaked this out after drinking? So the matter completely went out of control. These days, there were countless generals who came for a stroll when they had nothing to do. Passing by the door. Passing by once. Passing by twice. In any case, they just kept passing by. Every time they passed by, there would be waves of flattery, deliberately loud. We won this battle again. Haha, awesome. Yes, it's all thanks to Heavenly King of the Right. Heavenly King of the Right is really wise and brilliant, and his plans are flawless. It's rare that he's so handsome too. Yes, Heavenly King of the Right's character is really good. Smart, wise, brave and strong. He's really a role model of our generation. The person I admire the most in my life is Heavenly King of the Right. Haha. Heavenly King of the Right is also very loyal, very loyal. Of course I know that, forever liking 18. Cough cough, no, I mean forever liking one person, right? Unwavering loyalty. I forgot to add the word one person just now. Cough cough. Yes. Heavenly King of the Right once said something that left a deep impression in my mind. What is it? If you meet the person you love, you'll never be different. Wonderful. Wonderful. I didn't expect Heavenly King of the Right to not only have great foresight, but also great martial arts, unrivaled, and such literary talent. That's right. That's right. The good things about Heavenly King of the Right can't be described in 3 days and 3 nights. Groups of people were passing by, talking loudly about the good things about Heavenly King, as if they were afraid that others couldn't hear them. Mu Yinyan didn't dare to go out. Am I stupid? What these guys meant was as clear as day. The officers who came here for a stroll saw that this method was ineffective, and they couldn't even see the person. They couldn't go back and complete their mission. So they changed their method. They directly went to visit. Dong dong dong. Is anyone here? Can we say no? Mu Yanyan and Lon Lon felt weak all over. Ever since the beginning. All of a sudden. Every day, countless people came to visit. In an endless stream. Sometimes the people from the East Army came, and sometimes the people from the South Army came. In order to give face to Heavenly King of the Right, they all behaved respectfully and elegantly. But no matter how elegant they were, the compliments that came out from the mouths of such a group of boorish people, no matter how they changed it, felt like they were scolding people. And there were all kinds of dialects. This is Miss Mu. Heavenly King of the Right really has good taste. She's so damn beautiful. Damn it, this girl looks very pleasing. She's a water spirit. She's so beautiful, so beautiful. This girl is so energetic. This girl is so valiant. This little girl is really worthy of a look. Occasionally, there were many female generals, such as the white-haired fairy Shan Xiaoru, who came to hold Mu Yinyan's hand and have a heart-to-heart talk. As they talked, they turned to Heavenly King of the Right. Days passed by. Mu Yinyan sat on the chair with a long face. Her eyes were lifeless, and her heart was dead. If you knew it would be like this, you might as well just kidnap the bride. On the fourth day, the Heavenly King of the Right appeared. He was refined, handsome, and tall. He looked like a talent. When he walked, he looked like he was floating. When he opened his mouth, he revealed 2 rows of big white teeth. His smile was very amiable. Miss Mu, have you been happy these days? Happy? Mu Yinyan rolled her eyes weakly and said, quite happy. She rolled her eyes subconsciously at Yu Dongtian, but he was shocked to the core. Oh my. When Feng Huo was angry and depressed, she looked at me like this. He couldn't help but ask more sincerely, do you want to be happier? Do you want to be happier? Before his voice died away. Ha 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 ha. There was an uncontrollable burst of laughter outside the wall. Yu Dongtian rushed out angrily and drove away the 4 people who were eavesdropping at the foot of the wall. Even after dozens of miles, Yu Dongtian's angry roar and the other people's laughter could still be heard. Mu Yinyan turned her head and looked at Sister Lan with a pale face. She said sincerely, I don't want to live anymore. Sister Lan. Let's not talk about how Heavenly King of the Right picked up girls. No alliance on Mount Wushun. The Flood Witch and the person in front of her had been fighting for 10 days and 10 nights. Chansheng. After another battle, the two continued to sit opposite each other and discuss Tao. The 2 people's thoughts presented another fierce collision, and both of them felt that they had benefited a lot. However, in the past 10 days, Toad Saint clearly felt that he could not keep up with Lin Fan. The Grand Wizard of the Wizard Alliance in front of him was not only powerful, but he also had a terrifying background. The speed of his advancement was beyond imagination. When he first came here, this guy was just a senior magus, and his strength was a little worse than his. He could only rely on his fighting experience and the mighty hammer technique to make up for it. But up until now, this fellow had been advancing at a rapid pace, and it was actually him who was lagging behind. For example, the Great Witch Hong Shui was flying 1,000 miles a day, while the Toad Saint was running 700 miles a day. In one day, the Toad Saint was running 300 miles, and in 10 days, the Toad Saint was running 3,000 miles. Although the Toad Saint started first and was leading by a certain distance, it could not withstand such a speed. Now the Toad Saint and the Great Witch Hong Shui were running side by side, but the Great Witch Hong Shui was still not done. It was estimated that in a few days, the Flood Witch would completely leave Chansheng behind. Senior Magus, with your current strength and progress, I can discuss Tao with you for 7 days at most. After 7 days I have to leave. Chansheng's words were full of emotions. The Flood Witch pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, Dare I ask Chansheng, how is my strength now compared to Master Zhu Wu? Chansheng thought for a moment and said, compared to Zhu Wu, there's still a little bit of a gap. Great Flood Witch said, how is it compared to Ancestral Witch Gonggong? Chansheng smiled faintly and didn't say anything. But the Flood Witch already understood. If he couldn't say it out loud, then he was still far away. Come, let's fight. The Flood Witch picked up the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer and challenged again. Okay. Behind the Flood Palace, a thatched hut. Enchanting was in seclusion. Well, to be more precise, he was in seclusion. Since he came here and saw his senior Flood, he proudly reported what he had done. Then, the Flood Witch didn't say anything and forcefully locked him in seclusion. Enchanting still didn't understand why he was locked up until now. Why was he locked up? But the Flood didn't explain at all, not even a word. Enchanting had a belly full of gloominess. He had clearly made a great contribution. Not only did he not reward him, but he was also locked up. Until tonight, the Flood Witch, who had made another breakthrough, came here. Facing Enchanting's doubts, the Flood Witch gave a rare explanation. Now my target and enemy, or should I say the enemy of the Umno Alliance, is no longer the Astral Souls continent. For the current situation, the astral souls and the Tao alliance, the stronger the better. The stronger the foundation, the more geniuses, the better. The more geniuses who have the potential to become saints in the future, the better. The Wu people were at a disadvantage when we fought against the monster race in the ancient times. But Zhu Wu supported the situation, so we didn't suffer a crushing defeat. Now the monster race's return is a foregone conclusion, but our Zhu Wu doesn't exist. With our strength alone, how can we be a match for the returning monster race? The lifeline of the Wu people is largely connected to the astral souls. This is the consensus of the higher-ups of the three sides. From now on, what you need to calculate is the monster race, the demon race, the Rakshasa race, and the Western race, and not the astral souls and the Tao alliance. Do you understand? Bai Yenting suddenly understood, but then he felt dejected. Why didn't you say it before? I thought you knew who often claims to be the wisest person in the Wu people. The Flood Witch glanced at him and floated away. You think I know? What the hell do I know? Bai Yenting jumped up in anger. You, the Flood Witch was nowhere to be seen. Bai Yenting calmed down and thought for a while. Then he sighed deeply. No wonder. Even after suppressing Xing Hun for so many years, we still haven't been able to destroy him in one fell swoop. I've long said that as long as the 12 great shamans make a move together, they would be able to achieve victory in one fell swoop. With the suppression of absolute martial prowess, no military strategy would be able to succeed. Xing Hun is long gone, and the three continents have long been unified. If I don't know the fundamental goal, what can I do? But this scheme of yours, you've hidden it too deeply. Bai Yenting was very angry at the moment. He was angry that the flood didn't tell him the reason earlier. He was also angry that he couldn't see the strangeness in it. The so-called wisest person in the Wu people was reduced to a clown, unable to do anything right. But he didn't know that the higher-ups of the three continents didn't know whether the monster race would return or not. The original situation of the three sides fighting for supremacy was real and not fake. Now that the monster race's return was a foregone conclusion, the higher-ups of the three continents put this more threatening crisis on the table and discussed it together. It wasn't until the recent 100 years, especially with the sudden change in the Starlight Mountain Range and the reappearance of the Crown Prince's Academy, that they were able to confirm that the Great Flood Shaman and the upper echelons of the three continents had been worried about this for who knew how many years. The monster race was indeed coming back, and it was coming back in a few days. Even if the Flood Witch explained it in detail, he might not be able to explain it clearly, but he had absolute strength, so he didn't need to explain at all. Everything is for the sake of being invincible. The Tao League was also showing signs of an earth-shaking change. As the higher-ups, the 7 Taoists were almost crazy. They were vigorously reorganizing the army and the higher-ups. Their methods were swift and decisive. But the Tao League was used to being lazy, and the 7 swords of the Tao League always had the idea that the Tao League was very good at fighting, and that every one of them was an elite. In the end, when they were brought to the battlefield, they were all a motley crew, a bunch of idiots. Elite? What was that? Why couldn't they find it? Now, no matter how hard they tried to catch it, it was too late. Because the 7 swords' actions were too aggressive, it caused a considerable amount of resistance. The 7 Taoists knew that indecisiveness would only lead to trouble in the future, so they made up their minds and killed more than 7,000 mid-level soldiers in one go. Only then did the morale of the army stabilize and lead it back to normal. But even so, compared to the army of the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance, the Tao League's military strength was already far away. In order to shorten this gap as quickly as possible, the Tao League decided to start actual combat training. This so-called actual combat training was a battle between 2 armies, and there was no limit to the number of deaths. If you died, it was your bad luck. Apart from using the most extreme and cruel method to pull it out, there was really no other way. Taoist Thunder and the other 6 Taoists knew very well that the Demon League was coming back. Some of the experts of the Tao League in the past were wandering outside, but no one knew when they would return, or perhaps they had already died. They could not be counted on at all. If the demons came, The three continents would most likely not be able to stop them even if they cooperated sincerely. No matter how unwilling they were. They could only use the most cruel and bloody method to train their soldiers. Taoist Thunder often sighed. Instead of being greedy and dying in the hands of the demons in the future, it's better to die early today and have a good time. Everything is for the sake of survival. On the other side, the border of the astral souls was also bustling with activity. No, at least it was even more intense. Don't be fooled by the fact that the higher-ups were all joking around whenever there was an opportunity. They seemed to be very comfortable and relaxed. But every one of them looked like they were going to die in battle tomorrow, when they came to their posts. The frequency of patrolling troops was originally less than once a month, but now, it was almost 2 to 3 times a week. If the patrolling troops drawn by lots didn't perform to the satisfaction of the marshal, this troop would be directly disbanded this month. Even if they were Guotian realm experts, they would be drilled into a pile of mud in a day. Everything is for the sake of becoming stronger. Become stronger, not only to welcome the demons, but even if we destroy the demons, the human race needs to become stronger. The stronger the better. Their gazes returned to Fenghai. The dragons fighting for the heritage had officially come to an end. Zhuo and the others still didn't slack off. In addition to continuing to improve their cultivation, they had another project. In a short period of time, all the mountains and dense forests within 10,000 miles of Fenghai were swept by the 15 people. All the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, all the demon beasts and star beasts, all the robbers and gangs, all the territories that could be squeezed out of them, were swept clean by the insatiable Not Enough Brigade. And they all felt that it was not enough. Zhuo also found the correct way to use Zhu Yan. When there was no target at all, he sent Zhu Yan out to be the vanguard. And Zhu Yan could find some gathering places. Whether it was by chance, or by the hands of gods, or by chance, it could find the target places that Zhuo and the others couldn't find after painstaking efforts. Gao Chao simply gathered 100 accountants to sort out all the things that were brought back by the Not Enough Brigade, and then disposed of them as soon as possible. In this way, there were always a few mountains in the backyard of Zhuo's villa, and often, before the old mountains were gone, the new mountains had already been erected. Zhuo's company received a share of the profits every 3 months. And the profits that fell into Zhuo's hands were easily several billion. But now Zhuo didn't care about this at all. How much money was this? This brother went out to rob, and when he came back, it would be at least a few trillion. He didn't even need to worry about the management of the billions of profits, without any capital. Thinking of this, naturally, he became more and more inattentive to the operation of Zhuo's company. Sometimes, if there was any request for instructions, he simply ignored it, turned a deaf ear, and threw it to the back of his mind. Anyway, at that time, he set up this company for Principal Shi Yunfeng. Now this company was useless. Zhuo, a hands-off boss, simply packed this laborious business to Li Chenglong without much profit, and said, "Do as you see fit. Just don't let them come to me in the future." Li Chenglong, who also had a high vision, was also impatient about this, but finally, he issued a relatively reliable order. In the future, the company will run independently. We will wait for the dividends, and won't participate in the decision-making. But the dividends should not be less than 50 billion per year. The profits could only be exceeded and not decreased. If the profits decreased by 1 cent, they would all be fired. When this order was issued, all the people in Zhuo's company gasped and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Several of the executives glanced at each other. Then, after they left the office, they began to discuss. Then they reported it. "Heavenly King, the behind-the-scenes boss doesn't care anymore." The reply came quickly. "Isn't that good? May I ask, is Zhuo's company under the direct management of the National Treasury or? It's a private company. Why should it be under the management of the National Treasury? Seeing that it's doing well, are you jealous? I wouldn't dare. I understand. I'm warning you, if you covet a penny from this company, I can't save you. I understand. Inform everyone of my intentions. I don't want any chaos. Any trouble needs time and effort to deal with. I don't have the leisure to do so now. I understand. The communication ended. Everyone discussed for a long time. The executives certainly wouldn't tell them anything that was too high-end, so they could only guess and analyze the relevant clues. Sir, I don't quite understand what you mean. How much do you not understand? You mean, never to join the unified management? Such a behemoth has always been a private company. The meaning of this is a little scary. Does this mean our big boss's power is bigger than the country? TSK. Now that you've said it, I'm also getting goosebumps. No way. Big boss is more powerful than the country. Anyway, that's what I heard. Besides, what company can't we reach out to? But Heavenly King said that if we covet a penny here, he can't protect us. Isn't it obvious? Haha, you're scared. Why don't you continue to think about it? Heavenly King means that we can't even have any trouble. That is to say, he doesn't need to deal with troublesome problems. Think about it, isn't it more terrifying? Hiss. Hiss. So tell your subordinates to be honest. This world is too dangerous. It's not a joke that there's a disaster at every turn. Yes, I'm really convinced by our big boss. I'll watch the house for him. Me too. Me too. Zhuo walked out of the Tower of Annihilation and took a deep breath of the outside air. Everyone followed Zhuo out. Each of them looked like prisoners who had just been released from prison after 10 years. They greedily breathed in the air of the outside world and looked at the leaves outside with a kind of familiarity. This feeling was really wonderful. I'm suffocating. Li Chenglong stuck out his tongue. The others also had the same expression. Their faces were a little pale after staying in the Tower of Annihilation for so long. It was reasonable for their faces to be paler after not seeing the sun for so many years. As Zhuoxiao's sky-destroying pagoda continued to improve, every few days, there would be tens of tons, hundreds of tons of star soul jade powder being sent into the pagoda. This allowed Xiaolong to collect more and more qi veins faster and faster. The sky-destroying pagoda was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. So far, the flow of time in the Tower of Annihilation had reached a terrifying 6 months, which was equivalent to a day in the outside world. They did not go out for 3 consecutive days, which was equivalent to cultivating in the Tower of Annihilation for 1.5 years. A whole 1.5 years. Originally, the cultivation of a cultivator was a painstaking effort. It required the accumulation of days and months to make progress. It was not a big deal to cultivate in seclusion for 180 years. However, the cultivation method of this group of people was different. Li Chenglong and the others spent the past 1.5 years being beaten up almost every day. Except for Zhuo and Zhuo Xiaoyan, the others were beaten up on average 3 times a day. Among them, Zhen Piapiao, Yu Moyan Li Zhongming, and Pai Yibao, who had the lowest cultivation and were not good at close combat, were beaten up 7 or 8 times a day. It was a common occurrence that the fact that your cultivation is weak is the original sin. If you get beaten up, you have to take revenge on your body. Isn't this the most normal logic? However, it was also because of this that everyone's combat experience was solid. At the same time, their cultivation was solid and solid. Li Chenglong was currently at the peak of the Skysoar realm, suppressing his true yuan for 18 times. It seemed that he was about to be unable to bear it, and could explode at any time and advance further. After the others obtained the Dragon of Fate, they also made great progress. The average level of their cultivation was also suppressing their true yuan for 13 times, or 14 times. As for Zhuo and Zhuo Xiaoyan, no one knew or wanted to know how many times they had suppressed their true yuan. It would be better if they did not ask. If they did, they would only feel frustrated and lose the confidence to challenge them. Only a fool would ask. Not to mention that everyone else had reached their limits except for the 2 of them. Everyone gathered together only because they were about to undergo the Tao integration tribulation. Everyone came out like a swarm of bees and flew out of the city. Zhuyan was following Zhuo around obediently, looking extremely docile. The reason why Zhu Yan was so willing and even eager to follow Zhuo was that when Zhuo was in a good mood, he would use the Heavenman Stone to replenish his true yuan. Although the Heavenman Stone was not very useful for replenishing the true yuan of an expert like Zhu Yan, mainly because Qin Fangyang had drunk too much of this fellow's brain matter. However, the benefits were still immediate. At least Zhu Yan felt that there was hope for him to recover, and was no longer so afraid of his physical body reaching its limit and dying. On the other hand, it was also because Zhuoxiao's qi of fate was too strong. Zhu Yan had followed him for so long and almost every day, but nothing bad had happened to him. This was enough to make Zhu Yan happy. Zhu Yan had now pinned all his hopes of washing away his false reputation as the beast of disaster on Zhuoxiaoduo. Therefore, Zhu Yan was now fawning over this little master to the extreme. He flattered Zhu Bai and Jiu so much that they did not want to listen to him anymore. Xiao was also enraged. It was a living competition for favor. But why was this bastard so good at flattery? Did he live millions of years longer than me just to further his flattery skills? Every time Xiao saw Zhu Yan now, she wanted to rush up and spit out a mouthful of Grand Sun True Fire. Chapter 1267. Using a very vivid analogy, Zhu Yan was now like a pug, following Zhuoxiaoduo around every day. Whenever Zhuoxiaoduo sweated a little, it would hold a white towel and wait on him by the side. Zhu Yan was a little thirsty, but before he could say anything, a cup of water would be placed in front of him. While everyone was fighting and cultivating, Zhu Yan would take out a recipe book and study it seriously. Otherwise, he would set up a barrier and barbecue in the distance. He would stop when he was 70% cooked and seal it. After everyone finished their training, he would barbecue it until it was 80 to 90% cooked. First, he wiped the tips of a bunch of skewers with the cleanest white cloth and handed them to Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian. As for the others, they could eat by themselves. Did they not have hands? Did they not know how to take it themselves? After staying inside for 3 to 5 days, Zhuoxiaoduo chased him out. Go out and sweep the area outside. Those that we didn't manage to sweep. You don't have to worry about the people, but kill all the star beasts and monster beasts and bring them back. Okay. Thus, Zhu Yan went out and spread his bad luck, that only a few people knew about Zhu Yan's reappearance. Otherwise, the legend of the beast of disaster would be added to the list, that there was no need to gossip. The dozen or so people went out to transcend their tribulations. Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian were naturally in charge of guarding them. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the distant starry mountain range. Tribulation lightning bolts came crashing down one after another. However, the power of this tribulation was even weaker than the flying tribulation that they had transcended before. This was because the flying tribulation was one of the 3 most important tribulations in a cultivator's life. After transcending the flying tribulation, they would be promoted to several stages, which was a blessing from the heavenly Tao. After a round of tribulation lightning, the 13 Tao integration stage cultivators successfully transcended their tribulations and ascended to the Tao integration stage. In terms of cultivation base, Zhuoxiaonian was now able to suppress her vital energy 49 times, while Zhuoxiaoduo was able to suppress her vital energy 53 times. However, the two of them felt that they were still some distance away from their limits. Naturally, they were not in a hurry. After all, they were already cultivating as hard as they could, and there was really no way to speed up their progress. After breaking through to the Tao integration stage, Li Chenglong and the others exchanged their insights and experiences with each other for a long time. They sparred with each other to stabilize their foundations and improve their spiritual energy and vital energy. They could use it freely. Everyone felt that they had become a lot stronger. Therefore, their gazes towards Zhuoxiaoduo became somewhat unfriendly. As a result, anger rose in everyone's hearts, and their guts grew, and they put their thoughts into action. Then after a chaotic battle, after Zhuoxiaoduo swung his twin hammers and sent the 13 new powerhouses flying in the air, that everyone obediently admitted defeat. This fellow's strength was getting sharper and sharper. He had actually grasped the concept of lifting light as heavy, and lifting heavy as light, to the point where he could ensure that he would not injure himself, even if he swung his sledgehammer. What could you do? Boss, long live the Jianghu. After spending another 3 days in the outside world in the Tower of Emptiness, that everyone felt like they were going to suffocate to death. They couldn't hold it in any longer. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian had finally reached the threshold of the Skysoar realm. Both of them felt that they were unable to continue any further. They hadn't expected that with the help of the Spatial Destruction Tower and so many high-quality resources, it would be so difficult to cultivate a Skysoar realm cultivator to the pinnacle. It's a long story. When they came out to undergo their tribulation, Zhou Xiaoduo sighed and sighed. If those words were heard by someone who understood the situation, they would spit on their faces and spit on their faces. This is blatant flaunting. This is the deranged Versailles. Do you dare to be any more heinous? After the 2 lightning tribulations, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian advanced very smoothly. There wasn't any difficulty at all. Then, everyone began to discuss where they should go to relax. They really couldn't suppress the raging desire to go out and play. Let's go out and play. Where to? Let's go to the Sun Moon Pass. I haven't been there before. It's time to go and take a look. Yes, it's decided then. Everyone returned to Fenghai to report to Yi Chongqing and Wen Xingtian. When Yi Chongqing and the others saw that Zhou Xiaoduo wasn't able to break through again, their emotions and expressions were extremely complicated. It couldn't be described with words. Were the reared eagles finally going to fly out of their warm nest and fight in the blue sky? Be careful. Wait for a day. The Hidden Dragon Institute will give you your graduation certificates. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled and said, Principal, you're thinking too much. We'll be back. Yi Chongqing smiled sadly. You're the one who's thinking too much. People like you. Once you go out, you'll never come back. In the future, the entire continent will be your battlefield. That's the stage for you. Make a name for yourself and accumulate merits. Don't forget about the Hidden Dragon Institute. Don't forget to come back. Once you've achieved success and recognition, not returning to school is like walking in the night. Why do I have a feeling that when you guys leave, the next time you see each other, it'll be when the war on the continent ends? When Xingtian sighed softly, he stepped forward and carefully tidied up the clothes, hair, and robes of each of his students. In the end, he stood in front of Zhou Xiaoduo and said with a smile, The frisky monkey is finally going to jump out and harm others. It's really time. I'll let others have a taste of my stomachache. Zhou Xiaoduo scratched his head and chuckled. Don't worry, Teacher One. When the war is over, I'll come back every day to piss you off. I guarantee you'll be so angry that you'll turn into a fatty. How could I, the Iron Fist young master, Zhou Xiaoduo, do something stupid like walking in the night? Io, don't do that. I can't bear it. I'm very satisfied with my current figure. When Xingtian laughed heartily, but his eyes were a little red. In the end, he patted Zhou Xiaoduo's shoulder and said, Let's go back to the villa. Prepare the dishes and wait. Tonight is your graduation ceremony. All right. The group of youths bowed respectfully, then turned around and went back to prepare the last meal of their graduation season. It was also their farewell meal with the teachers of the Hidden Dragon High School. The morning sun shone on their backs. It was as if a layer of gold was embedded on each of them. They laughed and joked around as they walked out of the school gate. In front of them was a road that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was as deep as the path of cultivation. It was so far away that no one knew when they would return. A cool breeze blew, and the leaves on both sides rustled, as if they were sending these children off. When Xingtian took a deep breath and held back the bitterness and reluctance in his heart, he forced a smile and said, Boss, in my lifetime, I might only be able to teach this batch of genius students. Yi Chongqing laughed disdainfully. It's already an extreme honor to have such a batch. Don't tell me you're still satisfied? Don't tell me you don't know that this batch of geniuses, since the beginning of the world, is most likely the only batch. They've already been touched by you. They've already been taught by you. What else do you have to regret? Being greedy is the worst sin. There was too much sourness in Yi Chongqing's tone. His choice of words was also somewhat eccentric. When Xingtian laughed heartily, but his tone became more and more disappointed. It's a pity that the time I've taught them is really too short. If it's any longer, They can't be called geniuses. Yi Chongqing looked in the directions where Xiaoduo and the others left with his hands behind his back. Only when they could no longer be seen did he sigh and say, "You know, I have a feeling right now." "What feeling?" "I feel that in terms of ability as a teacher, you might be the first person since the beginning of the world." "The first person since the beginning of the world?" Wen Xingtian said in surprise. "Aren't you exaggerating a little?" "Haha," Yi Chongqing said. "It's said that the Tao ancestor has 6 disciples. Each of them is an extraordinary talent. In the end, all 6 of them became sages. And you, Wen Xingtian, have taught them. Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Qinglong, Xiang Chong, Xiangbing, Pai Yibao, Yu Yan'er, Zhen Piapiao. There are 7 of them. If all 7 of your disciples become sages, then your results, won't they be on par with the Tao ancestor? Or even one more? If my prophecy comes true, and I say that you're the first person since the beginning of the world, would I really be exaggerating?" When Xingtian was stunned, then he laughed heartily. "If they really do live up to expectations, then so what if I really have this ambition? My disciples have made me proud. So what if they're on par with the Tao ancestor?" The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. They laughed even more happily. After a while, thunder rumbled in the sky. Silver snakes danced wildly, as if they were warning something. When students left school and children left home, they would often say some blessings. Those inauspicious words could not be said no matter what. If Wen Xingtian said that after Yi Chongqing said that, he would say, "I don't dare to have such extravagant hopes. Maybe the will of the heavens would deviate because of this." It was precisely because Wen Xingtian understood this principle that he was willing to bear the enormous pressure and the heavenly might in the sky. Even if it was a taboo, he still had to finish his words. He had to finish his words completely. This was already the best blessing he could give to his child. In a world where the heavenly Tao monitored the human world, saying such words was simply unbelievably bold. About this, it's not that I'm superstitious. This kind of power often exists. For example, a wife quarreled with her husband. When the husband went out, he vented his anger by saying, "Die outside. Don't come back." With this kind of depression, this husband really has a certain chance of. We've seen a lot of such news. Therefore, don't believe that there's no heaven's will in the world. It's best to be careful with your words. "I'm in a bad state today. I'm afraid I can't write that much. There will be more in the afternoon." Chapter 1268. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others walked on the road. The atmosphere was heavy on the way back. They were finally going to leave. No matter how excited they were at the beginning, they couldn't help but feel melancholy at this moment. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan held hands as they strolled along the road. Zhuo Xiaoduo lowered his head, but his fingers were quietly touching Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand. His thumb slid here and there. Zhuo Xiaoyan's face was cold and slightly flushed during this time. Everyone was working hard to cultivate. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't always pester Zhuo Xiaoyan to consummate their marriage. Although he asked many times, Zhuo Xiaoyan always rejected him with the reason that they weren't married yet. To be fair, if Zhuo Xiaoduo tried harder, perhaps Zhuo Xiaoyan would agree. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt sorry for her. Seeing that she didn't agree, he gently let it go. But there were conditions for letting it go. Basically, Zhuo Xiaoyan had been taken advantage of by someone. Not to mention other things, Zhuo Xiaoyan was forced to learn dozens of dances in order to hold on to the last step. The more she learned, the deeper she fell. And the lower her limit was. Now, even Zhuo Xiaoyan thought that holding hands was a very normal thing. It wasn't worth it. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't show it on his face, but he was already exultant in his heart. The method of boiling the frog in warm water is indeed useful. I'm smart enough to know that I have to do it slowly, and not be too hasty. If the last step had been done long before the wedding, I'm afraid that's all there is to it. It will only be harder to unlock things in the future. Now that I'm doing it slowly, it seems too natural. If you don't want me to do it, then you should at least give me some other benefits, right? Otherwise, as a result. Zhuo Xiaoduo was slowly stroking her hand. His heart and soul were in deep thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. At the side of the road, A clump of grasshopper plants was growing vigorously. Under Zhuo Xiaoduo's attentive gaze, a large area suddenly grew out from both sides without a sound. Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart skipped a beat. He immediately spread out his divine sense, Elder Wan. As if sensing something, a field of grasshopper plants suddenly sprouted and spread out, forming flower buds and then blossoming. Amidst the faint fragrance of flowers, an old man in white suddenly appeared. He nodded and smiled at Zhuo Xiaoduo with an amiable expression. If it wasn't for the people's livelihood, then who was it? Elder Wan, why have you come out? Zhuo Xiaoduo ran over in surprise and laughed. Don't leave this time. Rest here and have fun. You can see the world. A smile appeared on Wan Chuanxing's face as he said softly, I've already seen this world. What do you think? Zhuo Xiaoduo blinked. It's a long story. Wan Minqing's face flashed with disappointment and an inexplicable expression. He said softly, It's 90% bad and 60% good. What do you mean by that? I know that there are scores of 10, at most 12. What do you mean by 15? At this time, Li Chenglong and the others also gathered around. Zhuo Xiaoduo introduced them to each other, and then escorted Wan Minqing to the villa. If the total score is set to 10, then people's hearts are 90% bad. However, among these 90%, there are still 60% who can restrain their desires. That is, they still have a bottom line when doing things. They are not too bad and can still be saved. However, 40% of people no longer know what etiquette, justice, integrity and shame are. They have forgotten what the foundation of being a person is. Madness is not enough to describe their behavior. Wan Minqing sighed and sighed. Suddenly, a coin of astral souls appeared in his hand. He looked at it in a daze for a while and said, The pursuit of this thing in this world has reached a level that the predecessors could not even imagine or understand. Along the way, I've seen with my own eyes that people are taking risks for this thing. For this thing they kill and rob people. For this thing, they blackmail people. For this thing they kneel on the ground. For this thing they take off their clothes. For this thing, they pretend to be crazy and stupid. For this thing, they have no sense of shame. Wan Minqing sighed, and put the coin of astral souls on the table. With a ding-dong he said, This thing is harmful, but it's already an indispensable thing for people's lives. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, This general equivalent is already an essential thing for human progress. It's also an essential thing for the survival of life. Wan Minqing sighed and said, How can I not know this principle? But I can't abandon the foundation of being a person because of this. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others could only be speechless about this question, because this could never be explained clearly. Once upon a time, they also chased after it. It was just that they did not touch the bottom line. So, what right did they have to comment more? This time I specially came to look for you. Because the demonic forest has been very active recently. I suspect that they have already contacted the demon clan outside. Wan Minqing's heart was filled with melancholy as he said, Although I've long warned them that it's better to be still than to be active, to pass their days peacefully, they don't seem to have taken my words to heart. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes sharpened. What do you mean? I'm afraid it's not more than half a month. Wan Minqing frowned. A few days ago, I had a sudden impulse. I saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and rivers of blood. How strong is the demon clan? The demon clan is extremely strong. The demon ancestor Rahu is rumored to be a strong pillar at the peak of the path of Tao against the Tao ancestor. His strength is earth-shattering. With the god-slaying spear in hand, even those virtuous saints are no match for him. In terms of combat power, he is not below the demon emperor. And the 8 great ferocious beasts under the demon ancestor each have the ability to devour heaven and earth. The 9 heavens and 10 earths, 19 demon monarchs, are also ruthless characters who roamed the ancient times. Wan Minqing sighed. If all the demons return, it's not just difficult to deal with, it's impossible to deal with at all. With the god-slaying spear in hand, it's not a joke to kill gods and Buddhas. There's no existence in the universe that can make the god-slaying spear afraid. Even in the face of the Tao ancestor, the god-slaying spear's killing intent dares to compete with the power of the heavenly Tao. The number one killing treasure in the universe lives up to its name. It's unparalleled in killing. Wan Minqing said. With the current strength of the continent, I'm afraid it's difficult to resist. Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned and looked at Li Chenglong. Both of them had the same thought. If that was the case, then they really couldn't go out to play. Elder One said that there was half a month at most, so there was still a gap of more than 10 days, that these 10 days were equivalent to several years in the space exterminating pagoda. And this was the only time that could be fought for. Zhu Yan. Zhuo Xiaoduo took out 2 pieces of sky-mending stone and handed it to Zhu Yan, saying, Immediately tear the space and go to the Sun-Moon Pass. Find my father. Bring the news that Elder One brought. If there's a chance, go to the Demon Spirit Forest and take a look. It's okay to stay for a few more days. Zhu Yan didn't say anything and nodded in agreement. With the 2 pieces of sky-mending stone in his hands, the corners of his mouth cracked open happily. Zhuo Xiaoduo called again and asked his father to send someone to pick up Zhu Yan. The main purpose of sending Zhu Yan over was to let him stay near the Demon Spirit Forest. It would be best if he could bring the disaster aura there. He didn't want this guy to run to other places. If something happened, it would be terrible. As for why he didn't call to tell him the news, it was because he wanted to strengthen his parents' combat power by sending Zhu Yan over. What if he told him on the phone, and his father didn't agree to let Zhu Yan go? Zhu Yan got up excitedly and left. He tore the space and disappeared in a flash. The world is so big. Zhu Yan can finally go out and roam the mountains and rivers. Wan Minqing rejected Zhuo Xiaoduo's invitation to stay for the banquet. He turned into a ray of white light and disappeared in front of everyone, leaving behind only a sigh. If things don't work out, you can come to my heavenly spirit forest to take refuge and give the human race a chance to live. The voice disappeared, and so did the figure. That night, Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, and the others came in formal attire. Several vice principals and directors also came. Everyone received a graduation certificate and a Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts honorary student badge. The banquet didn't last long. Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, Xiang Kuangren, and the others were excited, but they were worried that they would lose their composure if they stayed any longer. After drinking a few cups, they tried their best to control their emotions and left. Children. Wen Xingtian only said 3 words. His throat was blocked and he couldn't speak. Even his voice trembled. Yi Changqing hurriedly took it. You will definitely become the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy and be proud of it forever. We are all looking forward to that day. Let's go, let's go. Until they left the villa for a long time and returned to the school gate, when Xingtian's tense body and gritted teeth finally relaxed. He shook his head to shake off the tears in his eyes and sighed deeply. Children, you must take care of yourselves. He murmured silently. 100,000 massacres. Such an unyielding man couldn't help but feel like a child when he was about to leave, because he knew that his students were going to the battlefield. From then on, the flames of war would burn the sky. On the battlefield of flesh and blood, it was either life or death. No one could be sure that they could survive and return safely. After all, for so many years, how many batches of students had he taught and how many had he sent away? Most of them eventually became photos that were only kept in Wen Xingtian's photo album. It was hard to see them again. Every single one of them was a pain in Wen Xingtian's heart when he thought of them. Now he was sending away the batch of students that he was most proud of, most fond of, most proud of, and most hopeful of. At this moment, how would Wen Xingtian feel? Teacher Wen seems to be crying. Yu Yan'er's face was gloomy. Li Chenglong's face was also solemn. We will not let him down. Everyone must be well. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and cultivate. During this period of time, even if you can't break through to the primordial chaos stage, you must at least advance to the Tao integration pinnacle stage. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were also a little red, but he was very rational and restrained himself. Now that the crisis was imminent, it was not the time to be sentimental. It was more important to deal with it actively. Okay. Everyone filed into the space-destroying tower. Only Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan stayed behind. Zhuo Xiaoduo gave Zhuo Xiaoyan a look. Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't understand, What? Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't answer. Zhuo Xiaonian followed him upstairs and entered Zhuo Xiaoduo's study. She was a little curious. What's the matter? Nian Nian cat. Zhuo Xiaoduo's voice was very heavy. I just called our mother, she said. Zhuo Xiaonian asked curiously. What did she say? Ahem, she said. Zhuo Xiaoduo tried hard to maintain his cold expression and said reservedly, that we can consummate our marriage. Chapter 1269. Ah! Zhuo Xiaonian was caught off guard when he heard this, and he was stunned for a moment before his face flushed red, and he was at a loss for what to do. He stood up with the intention of fleeing, but he was hugged by Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had been on guard since long ago. Let go of me. I won't let go. You're my wife, why should I let go? You, Zhuo Xiaoduo whispered into her ear. Our mother hasn't finished yet. The second half of her speech is that chaos is coming, and you and I, one ice and one fire, are a natural fit for dual cultivation. Moreover, this method is the best way to help us improve greatly. I don't believe it. Mom has always emphasized to me that I should keep my virginity. I'm telling the truth. Things are different now. Keeping your virginity is for the best time. I'm also a virgin, so I've kept my virginity for you. I'm going to call Mom. I don't believe you. Then call her. You'll know if it's true or not. Zhuo Xiaonian blushed and held her phone. After a while, she dialed Wu Yuding's number. She was too shy to continue. Wu Yuding knew what was going on. She didn't dawdle and said directly, that was my idea. Mom, we're not married yet. Girl, why can't you think straight? At your level of cultivation, why do you still need such a ceremony? Yes, we do. That's not too late. It won't stop you from consummating your marriage. Besides, this is cultivation, not that kind of nonsense. Wu Yuding didn't want to be too direct, but she insisted. This is cultivation for improvement. Zhuo Xiaonian felt feverish. But, now that the war is coming, even if you improve your cultivation a little, it may be of great use, let alone such a big improvement. As long as you converge fire and water, yin and yang, heaven and earth are in harmony, it will naturally make everyone's strength reach a higher level. This is determined by your cultivation method and your own aptitude. It can be said that it's a talent opportunity, not something that's trivial. So, before Wu Yuding finished, Zhuo Xiaonian bit her lip and said shyly, Mom, don't say any more. I understand. Wu Yuding was speechless. This girl was obviously very happy, but she still called to ask for instructions. She was desperately trying to prove that it wasn't her idea. It was her mom who wanted them to get on the train first, that if she wasn't her own daughter, if she didn't know Zhuo Xiaonian's personality, Wu Yuding, she would definitely beat her. You want to save face, but you sold your mother out. What a filial daughter. 10 days later, we'll hold at Sun and Moon Pass. Wu Yuding said in a low voice. Okay, thank you, Mom. You two don't have to worry about anything else. Focus on dual cultivation. We'll arrange all the guests and venues. Thank you, Mom. Shouldn't Mom thank you for that? Thank you for finally becoming my daughter-in-law. Mom, you're making fun of me again. After hanging up, Zhuo Xiaonian's face was flushed red. Her eyes secretly drifted to Zhuo Xiaoduo, almost dripping tears. She whispered, I'm a little scared. I'm not prepared. I don't have experience. Zhuo Xiaoduo was grinning from ear to ear. His face was radiant as he raised his eyebrows and said lewdly, It's bad to have experience. I don't have experience either. I have to cross the river by feeling the stones. Aya, we can prepare together and try together. Slowly we will have experience. Humph. Nian Mao, do you think we should go to the Tower of Annihilation? Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't wait. He rubbed his hands and was eager to try. Let's go to the tower. Damn, I'm telling you, this is just for cultivation. Yes. You're right. Of course, we're doing this for cultivation, and to improve ourselves. We're forced by circumstances, it's not our fault. Zhuo Xiaoduo's words gradually became incoherent and nonsensical. Outside, Zhuo Xiaonian still felt unsafe. The worst thing was that she was really nervous right now. She felt her whole body stiffen. And she didn't even know how to walk properly. She looked like a criminal who was about to be sent to the execution ground. She instinctively grabbed Zhuo Xiaoduo's sleeve like a helpless little girl and begged, Duo. Can you wait? Come, let's go in. Zhuo Xiaoduo held Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand tightly and didn't let go. His face was still mixed with the big bad wolf's smile, as he pulled with all his might. Zhuo Xiaoyan's feet were nailed to the ground. She sat back and was dragged by Zhuo Xiaoduo on the ground. Wait. I'm scared. Don't be scared, hee. Your laughter is so scary. How is it scary, hee? What are you so happy about? I've been waiting for this day for many years. Finally it's here, hee. Zhuo Xiaoduo held Zhuo Xiaoyan's hands together with one hand and walked in front of her proudly. Zhuo Xiaoyan's body kept leaning back. However, her hands were caught, and her hips kept falling. Her feet couldn't move, and she was dragged into the Tower of Annihilation. Li Chenglong and the others were practicing in a place far away. Because the gap between the two sides was too big, everyone habitually used the mountains as the boundary. Thousands of miles away was Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan's practice area. No one would look for trouble and ask for trouble. If they came here, they would be tortured. What was the point of coming here? However, over there, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan often went to look for trouble. Therefore, the place where the two of them were staying was unusually quiet. The two of them moved into a small courtyard that had its own entrance. Their days were rather elegant. Previously, the thing that Zhuo Xiaoyan was most happy to do was to tidy up this small courtyard. When she was cultivating, she would take care of the flowers and plants. She would use a small pair of delicate scissors to trim the branches. Her life could be said to be extremely comfortable and full of vitality. Every time this happened, Zhuo Xiaoyan's mouth would hold a gentle and quiet faint smile. She only felt comfortable, relaxed, and happy all over. However, when she came in this time and looked at this small courtyard, she had long placed her hopes for the future and yearned for happiness. However, at this moment she was filled with fear. She wanted to avoid it like the plague. When Zhuo Xiaoduo dragged her in through the door, her two little feet left 2 marks on the ground. She was still begging, Don't. She did not look like a great cultivator who had reached the Dao integration stage at all. She was simply acting like a young girl who had fallen into a wolf's den. Zhuo Xiaoduo's role as the evil tyrant was even more vivid and realistic. Especially the cackle that came from the bottom of his heart. It showed that the villain's skills were very good. It would not be an exaggeration to award 2 Best Actor and Best Actress awards, just from this scene alone. When they entered the room, Zhuo Xiaoyan's pretty face turned even paler. As she watched Zhuo Xiaoduo quickly set up a soundproof enchantment, her entire body started to tremble. Her cultivation base, which was enough to look down on all the Dao integration stage cultivators in this world, seemed to have completely disappeared. She desperately said to herself in her heart, I've already set my mind on this person. What happened today was just a matter of time. Didn't he already take advantage of me before? All that's left is this last line of defense. What's going to happen will happen eventually. I wasn't afraid before, so what's there to be afraid of today? Isn't he still the same person? However, even though she told herself thousands of times in her heart, she still could not help but feel nervous and fearful of the arrival of that moment. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Nian Mao. Nian Mao's situation did not seem right. If this continued, wouldn't she be traumatized? He immediately turned his eyes and said faintly, Nian Mao, do you still remember the wine that Mom and Dad gave us back then? The wine that we won? Zhuo Xiaoyan's thoughts were even more rigid now. She turned her head unconsciously. Ha. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, the wine that can't be drunk until one reaches the heavenly ascension stage? Do you have any recollection of it? Do you remember now? Zhuo Xiaoyan's lifeless eyes regained a bit of life. Her brain spun rapidly, and she nodded. I remember now. He suddenly thought of a way to stall for time, which was to drink wine and stall for time. Shit. We're both Dao integration stage super mighty figures now. How could you hide that wine from us? He scolded as if he had been reborn. Take it out and drink it. Zhuo Xiaoduo was a bit confused. Drink it. He thought to himself. I haven't even said anything yet, and you're already asking to drink it. What the hell is going on? What are you hesitating for? Zhuo Xiaoyan said in one breath. I'll drink with you tonight. After that, we'll do so and so. What do you think? Drink with me, and then we'll do so and so. Hee hee. Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled and immediately stopped. He said solemnly, let's consummate our marriage first, then drink. Zhuo Xiaoyan immediately became nervous. No, let's drink first. Drink first. Yes, drink first. Are we really drinking first? Yes, we're drinking first. Then, there's nothing else. You can drink wine that can improve your cultivation when you reach the heavenly ascension stage. How could you forget that? You've committed a heinous crime. Zhuo Xiaoyan forced herself to pretend to be very angry. She said evilly, hurry up and take out the wine. What are you waiting for? Cut the crap. I've never seen someone as irresponsible as you. Zhuo Xiaoduo pretended to dawdle. Zhuo Xiaoyan kept urging him. She raised her eyebrows and put on a fierce look. Hurry up! Hurry up, hurry up! As she spoke, she glared and stomped her feet. She looked very angry. Obviously, she was grasping at the last straw and refused to let go. Zhuo Xiaoduo had no choice but to start rummaging in the space ring. Where is it? There are too many things. I can't find it in such a short time. Why don't we consummate our marriage first? You have to drink first. Otherwise, you won't be able to do anything. Zhuo Xiaoyan said loudly. Okay. Oh, I found it. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately took out 2 jugs. His actions were clean and swift. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.